we've moved such a long time ago from the PKTT, and now we're dealing and delving into the real crux and the rot and the evil of the matter, for so many South Africans. And I wonder, as we now are in this phase, I know that there's been directive given for certain investigations to commence. Certain individuals' names have already been put on short lists for this task team to start delving deeper into. I'm presuming the likes of General Shadrack Sibiya are at the very top of that list.
No, definitely. I mean, he has been recommended alongside the likes of your General Liseja Sinonas, I think Warrant Officer Ngosi, and even Rachel Majing, who a lot of us had actually questioned who she was before she appeared before the Madlanga Commission. But I think what is quite evident with what has been presented before the Madlanga Commission is just how senior police officers actually assisted, the likes of Vusumuzi Cat Matlala to infiltrate the institutions, and obviously they did it for a reason, and that was also for them to benefit. I mean, we saw with General Rachel Mujeng, where she had received the amount of 300,000 rands, which she then claimed that she never actually received, that she was even in a relationship with Vusumuzi Cat Matlala since 2017. We even heard the testimony of General Liseja Sinona, who I think more than anybody who has appeared before the Madlanga Commission shows that he was in bed with Vusumuzi Cat Matlala, even handing him entire police affidavits and dockets, that contain very serious information regarding the PKTT. So I think more than anything, as you rightfully said, is that it's beyond the PKTT, it's beyond the 121 dockets, but it's actually now about just how deep the rot is in the South African Police Service.
Smahle Motha, that's all the time we have with you today. Thank you so much for that rundown. That was Smahle, our SABC News reporter, coming to you live from the Madlanga Commission. 1:20. A quick pause, and then we come back and we look at the Johannesburg Inner City Partnership with the Social Employment Fund under the Presidential Employment Stimulus.
SAFM, in collaboration with the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University, invites you to attend the 7th Annual Social Justice Lecture in commemoration of the World Day of Social Justice on the 20th of February 2026. The 2026 Social Justice Lecture will be delivered by the Right Honourable Baroness Valerie Amos, LGCHPC, Master of University College Oxford, and former Director of SOAS, the University of London, under the theme Illusions of Stability, delivering social justice in a period of polarization and global instability. The lecture will take place at the Baxter Theatre in Rondebosch, Cape Town from 5 p.m. Get your free tickets from Quicket. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, our next guest, Ulindo Guhle Ngema, is the program lead for the Social Employment Fund in the Johannesburg Inner City, is continuing on its journey with the Social Employment Fund to create work opportunities in 2026 under the Presidential Employment Stimulus. How are you doing, Lindo Guhle?
Good afternoon, Bridget. Thank you for having me. I'm very well, thank you, myself.
We appreciate the time. I'm great, thank you. I guess perhaps an understanding around the work of the Social Employment Fund would be a good place for us to begin.
Yes. So, Bridget, the Social Employment Fund is under the Presidential Employment Stimulus. It's administered by the Industrial Development Corporation. It was introduced to provide meaningful jobs as a response to COVID-19, But over the years, what we've seen to the coronavirus, apologies, but what we've seen over the years is that it's a necessary fund as it creates meaningful job opportunities for people across South Africa, and it continues to provide job opportunities even after the pandemic.
Talk us through the collaboration with the Johannesburg inner city. And this collaboration partnership is coming under the presidential employment stimulus. So walk us through that.
So we are one of the strategic implementation partners of the Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC. We work through our community-based organizations to implement this project on the ground. There's about 36 SIFs, we call them SIFs, strategic implementation partners around the country, and they focus on various work thematic areas. For us, it's placemaking, particularly waste management and recycling, safety and GBV, food security and nutrition, health and wellness, early childhood development, community arts, and also culture.
It's quite the scope of arena that you are focused on. I mean, you mentioned safety and arts and wellness, food security, early childhood development. Talk to us how the program begins to focus more sharply on that, because you'll say that for this round, for this fiscal, that's going to be a great part of your work, is a sharper focus, sharper than ever, in placemaking and in these particular areas.
Yes. So in regards to safety and GPV, as I've mentioned before, we work with community-based organizations, which some of them, that is their core business. For example, I'll give an example. We work with Hillbrow Radio. We provide counseling sessions. We do door-to-door campaigns. We report incidences to the police. We assist particularly women who have experienced those GPD areas, especially in a place like Hillbrow, where those cases like that are quite high. So that's how we approach that.
Your mission for this year is to create over 1,000 meaningful work opportunities. Let's talk about that, because a lot of the time when we talk to stakeholders who are plugging into the unemployment gap as it pertains to young people in South Africa, they say what's lacking is the creation of sustainable jobs that are not temporary, jobs that have a future projection for young people. How do you sort of begin to do that as part of your mission?
Okay, so through the Social Employment Fund, what we do is through our training, we've got a targeted-based approach of training. For example, we've got work readiness training. We've got financial literacy training through the program, and also entrepreneurship. So what we've seen with people who come onto the program, it's not all people. Some of these people come through, they're educated, they're entrepreneurial, they're just lacking those opportunities. So through the program and through these trainings, what we try and do is to further equip people with those necessary skills so that they can be absorbed into the further opportunity, because we create pathways. One of the KPIs of this project is to create pathways to better opportunities, and we do that through our trainings and yes. Yeah.
All right. Let's leave it there for the afternoon. Linda Uhlengema, thank you so much for the time. Program lead for the Social Employment Fund. It's just a few minutes before the bottom of the hour. Of course, Ondela is going to come through with your half-past news. And then on the other side of that, we'll continue conversations. And we're looking at the hidden costs of Facebook cloning. It's more than just a fake profile. We'll be in conversation with with the head of technology solutions and consulting at Amata Cybersecurity. Facebook has become such a problem. I don't know about you. I used to have a Facebook profile that I deactivated many, many years ago. But it's to my understanding that there are many Bridget Masinga Facebook profiles out there, and they're all soliciting your money. But can we all just be assured that it's not me? No matter how much it looks like me, it is not me. So if you are receiving DMs and all kinds of things asking you for your hard-earned rents, it's on you to be a little bit more vigilant and a little bit more guarded. Facebook is a problem for so many people. So we're going to have that conversation on the other side of 1:30. And then we're also going to look at SABC Plus reaching a significant milestone with 2 million registered users. Probably one of the fastest growing applications out there, entertainment applications. And we'll find out what's been the secret from the SABC Plus team. That's coming up on the other side of 1:30 as we chase to go back to that Madlanga Commission at 2:00.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
Good morning, or rather afternoon. I'm Kulufelo Tefo. In the 1:30 headlines, a son of a former Zimbabwean president has been arrested in Johannesburg for allegedly shooting a security guard in Hyde Park. The death toll in the bus crash on the N1 North outside Loitrichat in Limpopo has risen to 5. Traffic authorities say the 5th passenger died in hospital. And further filled BBC TV reports that police have arrested King Charles' younger brother, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, on suspicion of misconduct in public office over his links to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. I'll have details at 2.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Oh, apologies, Khulufelo. That was Khulufelo Tifu bringing us the news for this hour. She'll be back again at 2:00. All right, let's look at the hidden costs of Facebook cloning. In an era where social media is deeply woven into our everyday life, something, that might seem innocuous as a stolen profile picture or copied bio can actually have far-reaching consequences, as a lot of people are finding out in the era of Facebook. And recent reporting highlights a surge in Facebook cloning scams. We'll find out more about what these are and what fraudsters are getting up to on that particular platform, and how we can all safeguard ourselves, your profiles, your likehood, and everything else that's involved with playing in these social media spaces. Richard Frost joins us now, Head of Technology Solutions and Consulting at Amata Cybersecurity. How are you doing this afternoon, Richard?
Well, thanks, Bridget. Thanks for having me back.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. I must admit, when we talk Facebook, I disengaged from that application many years ago, because I quickly realized that it was easy for scammers and fraudsters to penetrate it and then start creating accounts in your likeness and peddling all kinds of nonsense. What was once a great application probably still is a great application. Just seems like there's a few things that they need to be paying attention to there as the people who develop the platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing that we've become so technology driven in our life. Social media platforms are all over and we use them continuously. I think the biggest risk is that we do publish a little bit too much about our lives on it. I think as well what's nice is it's, able to keep us connected to friends and family that are maybe abroad. So if you have family that are in Australia or the UK or wherever it is, you can kind of see what they're up to through Facebook. The downside, obviously, is that you have these threat actors or people that are up to no good that are now looking at those profiles and using them to almost gain information about you they can use against you, either to pretend that they are you in a form of identity theft, or try to solicit money from friends by pretending that that the threat actor is you.
Is it something about, you in cybersecurity, some platforms seem more easily susceptible to such, while others seem as though they're taking a bit more effort in verifying accounts. For instance, I play a lot on Instagram. I'm verified on Instagram. It's somehow linked to Facebook, but for some reason, Facebook just doesn't seem to have the same kind of safeguard. And you talk to any sort of profiled personality. At one point, we all had Facebook. 9 out of 10 have deactivated Facebook, but there's still thousands, dozens of accounts that are using your image, your likehood, pinching from your Instagram, putting on the Facebook to make it look legitimate and soliciting money from people.
Yeah, I think certain platforms like Facebook are a little bit too open-ended. I think as well, if you look at it, data privacy laws, some of the states in America, every state has its own rules, whereas in South Africa we have POPIA, in Europe they have GDPR, and those govern, the entire European Union and the whole of South Africa to some layer of data privacy. And that includes the security of, if somebody hacks into an account and steals a whole lot of people's information, you can be held liable. Companies like Facebook and that, they make sure that their data centers are hosted in states that have very weak data privacy laws. And then if they do get breached, you might have to, deal with some kind of a civil case where a whole lot of people put a case together to say, you allow people to steal data and we're not happy about it. You could have some reputational damage. But ultimately, there's no big stick that's coming there and smacking the people for not having those controls in place.
What you say makes sense, right? So recent data shows that there was over 687 million fake accounts were taken down by Facebook.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that you have is most of us are pretty secure in, who we allow to kind of make friends with us. But we also allow people to see the cover picture and the profile picture so they can see who we are and possibly send a friend request. If you lock your profile on Facebook, and this is a feature they've added recently, you can actually prevent the person from actually copying that image, and the cover photo, and then seeing your list of contacts. They will then use that image to create a new account utilizing the same name, because again, Facebook doesn't really control multiple people having the same name, because the chances of, for example, with me, there's multiple Richard Frosts in the world, right? So I can't prevent each person from having a Facebook account. But there's no strict controls to verify that you are indeed who you say you are either. There's no ID numbers associated to it, right? So to clone an account, you just need that profile pic, the cover pic, and then you go to the people's contact list and you go and friend them and say, listen, I've got an issue with my account. This is my new profile. Please accept my friendship request. And once you've friended, they'll start something with, I'm going through a bit of a hard time. My daughter started at university. I was just wondering if maybe you can help me out with $5,000 to the end of the month. You know me. I'm good for it. And next second, you're giving $5,000 to somebody that you've never met before. So I think that's kind of what they're trying to get to. The other thing as well, depending on your profile, you being somebody who's got a public profile, if I was to clone your account, I could probably ask people to invest in some cryptocurrency or something.
Yeah.
Being a celebrity and you endorsing that, they would think, oh, yeah, I better do it, There was that whole thing we did on the radio and TV a while ago, of people impersonating celebrities using AI.
Yeah. Our very own SABC Ngubeni showed us the most disturbing AI video of herself. If you weren't paying close attention, you would think it was her.
Yeah, and I actually did a little experiment after that article where I actually generated an AI interview. It was myself talking to a young lady. And we actually even used the fact that she was an AI voice artist. In other words, she created the voices for AI to try and get over the fact that she sounded like AI, right? And for the first 10 seconds, it looks like I'm literally interviewing somebody online. So that's how easy it is to duplicate, somebody else's likeness.
Wow. It's incredible. I mean, when you speak about this impersonation, I think that the saddest part is even when you take the precautions on a platform like Facebook that's reported that impersonation scams had increased more than 400% since 2020. Even if you take those measures of, closing your profile, as you say, and trying to sort of verify the people that you allow to be your friends, making sure that they're family and friends in real life that are people you're engaging with. These scammers go cross-pollinate with your other platforms. Like I say, I've got a deactivated face. My official one is deactivated. But they come on my Instagram and take my Instagram feed in real time and go post it on Facebook and TikTok in real time. And they've convinced hundreds of people. Every day I get DMs from people going, is this you? You sent me a message asking me for 10,000 Rand. You sent me a message asking me to invest in A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, you've obviously got quite a large presence out there. You're going to have images from even the company websites of yourself, and people will copy that and create fake accounts. But how many people have actually Googled themselves to see what information there is online about themselves? You'll actually be quite frightened by what's there. There was a case the other day where somebody actually managed to get a hold of information from the CRPC breach. They started a whole account under a company's name, utilizing information that was there, and that even faked the IDs to look like themselves.
Sure.
Just using AI to replace the ID photographs. So it was obviously scanned and then certified apparently by the police, and even the certification by the police had been AI generated.
Yeah. What do we do in these situations then, Richard? How do we safeguard ourselves now?
Yeah, it's difficult, right? I think if you have quite a big following and you're quite a public person, and maybe you've got a company that's supporting you, somebody like Vusi or Johnson or one of those guys, you can get tools that will go out there and scan for your likeness on the internet, and then it will verify if it is actually something legitimate or if it's something fake. And you yourself can say, yes, that was me, or no, I don't remember doing that speech or attending that conference. And then you can do something to take that site down. But I think the biggest issue is actually finding out who is using your information until somebody that you know sees it and says, hey, are you aware that there's this video doing the rounds about you?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the scariest part. So I think as well, if you do see something of your friend that's there and it looks a little bit suspicious, get hold of them and just say, listen, is this you?
Yeah, yeah. And I think we live in a world where we're very nonchalant, right? Because even Joe next door will, as you say, will see something of their friend or their neighbor, but just brush it off instead of following up and saying, wait a minute, I think this looks a little bit sus.
Yeah, and I think the old adage of if it's too good to be true, it probably isn't. So if you're on Facebook Marketplace and somebody's selling a Ferrari for 100,000, or if somebody suddenly gets hold of you that you know very well and starts asking you for money, probably isn't them. Just be aware of it. If they're offering some kind of investment deal again, invest 10,000, I'll give you $1 million back in 3 weeks. It's too good to be true. It's obviously fake.
Absolutely. Richard, we'll definitely touch base with you again because we've just scratched the surface of this. We still need to talk more in depth about how do we safeguard children, minors on these platforms. What kind of regulations need to be put in place moving into the future. But for now, we'll leave it there. That was Richard Frost, Head of Technology Solutions and Consulting at Amata Cybersecurity. It's just gone 20 to 2 o'clock. A quick pause and then we come back on the other side and we celebrate with SABC Plus.
Akudlalwa ngempela. Amakhosi collides with ezimnyama ngenkani. Soweto will roar. Mzansi will feel it. Only one will rise. Every tackle, every pass, every goal could define the season. This is the Betway Premiership. Lesekazini forever. Catch the Soweto Derby. Kaizer Chiefs versus Orlando Pirates on Saturday, 28 February at 2 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then at 3:30 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right. Well, look who's at the scene of the crime. Okay. Already it says a lot about what might be transpiring at that residence of the child of former Zimbabwean president. That's the breaking story that Criselda Lewis is chasing on SABC 404 at the moment. That shooting that transpired at the residency of a son of the former Zimbabwean president. It's just the character that's currently on screen that causes one to go, okay, interesting. But let's shift gears as we celebrate with SABC Plus. They've reached 2 million subscribers, registered users, and we've got the marketing manager of digital joining us, Ukhanyisa Melwa. How are you doing?
I'm very well, Siswam. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Okay,
Awesome.
I've got a gripe.
A gripe?
Should
Oh,
we
wow.
start with the gripe?
Let's
or
start.
should we start with the good things first?
Let's start with the bad news first.
Let's start with the bad news
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
So I was looking down at SABC Plus this morning in preparation for our conversation and interview, and I'm looking at all the radio stations that are on the platform, and I'm going down alphabetically, and I'm like, where's the S? Where's SAFM?
Yes.
Where are we? Where's ngabuka angathi akumnandi impela bonke bakhona.
Yes.
Kodwa thina sikuphi? That's my gripe.
Okay, noted.
Well, congratulations on
Thank you.
2 million registered users.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a great achievement. I think the team has been hard at work to try and drive as many registered users as possible. We've hit our milestone that we've set for ourselves for this quarter. So yeah, it's a great achievement. We're very happy at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, what's the secret? What is the secret sauce that has contributed to this? Because from my understanding, it's one of the best performing entertainment applications in the country at the moment,
100%,
SABC Plus.
100%, yeah. I think it really boils down to two things, Bridget. Number one, the content, right? I think our content resonates with our consumers. One of the biggest drivers of our users are sports games, right? So football, whenever we have big entertainment games like that, oh my goodness, our numbers really just skyrocket, right? And the fact that we're also a free platform, right? So one does not need to have a subscription fee to actually watch content on our platform. So that really helps us in that regard because it also aids the universal access mandate that SABC has. So all South Africans have access to SABC Plus. They have access to the content that resonates with them, that's locally relevant. So I think that's something that really is invaluable for SABC as a whole, and also the app platform.
Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt that the sports fan, because people like to access their sports in their hands wherever they are. But I've also kind of tracked the conversations around SABC Plus on social media, the other platforms on Twitter where we go talk and not where we go watch. So they're not your competitors. And a lot of times people, they'll dig up those like archival shows and programming from SABC. And it seems like that's also part of the great allure of the application is the nostalgic element of it.
100%. So that archival content we've also found to be really, really great. Just in terms of consumption from our users. It's one of the only places in South Africa where you can actually get that nostalgic content, right? And be able to binge watch Ingumo Yeminyanya, for example, right? So I think that really is a great appealing point for SABC Plus and for our audience.
So what does 2 million mean for the platform, for the brand? I mean, what does this milestone signify?
Look, I think it signifies obviously the rapid growth. So just to give you a bit of context and take two steps back, the app was relaunched I think in July of 2024. And since then we've been really ramping up just in terms of trying to grow our registered users. So that's what it signifies really, that we've been able to grow in such a short period of time. It's been less than 2 years that we've been able to hit the 2 million milestone, number one. Number two, I think it's also now a great place for us to see how we can make it commercially viable, right? And that's part of the plans that we have from a corporate planning point of view, and also strategically how we want to position SABC Plus. How do we make it commercially viable? How do we take these audiences, number one, give them the best experience possible on our platform, but also be able to monetize the platform and help us actually make money as SABC Plus? I think that's the significance of it, is that we've grown, we can show that we can grow, but how do we then convert this into rands and cents?
Yeah. And I guess that will be the exciting part for yourself and the team, right? Is like defining the role of the public broadcaster in this digital space, which I think you've done. Now converting that into rands and cents, because at the end of the day, you're still competing with other streaming platforms for people's eyes and time. And if you've got it, now how do we turn 2 million viewers into 200 million rand?
Exactly. And that's the challenge that we are currently seized with. And, I think we're on the right track. I think we've got the plans in place. It's just about how we execute and the diligence that we execute with.
I wouldn't be a viewer if I didn't ask this question. Sometimes I've got to put my SABC employee hat on the floor and just ask like a viewer and hope I don't get into trouble. Because then someone is listening going, okay, Khanyisa, we know that the platform is mahala and we get to enjoy it for mahala. But now once you start wanting to make money from it, are you going to now charge me for watching on the platform? Or you're going to go find your money somewhere else?
There's different models that we're currently looking into, right? So nothing is currently set in stone in terms of, how we are planning on monetizing. So we're looking at different ways of, making it remain accessible, but also finding different models for us to actually make money from it. So I don't have an answer for you yet, but it's all part of the planning at the moment.
Okay, no, I like that. In terms of partnerships, collaborations, perhaps in our last few moments, is there anything of significance that you can share with us, whether from a content perspective, maybe some unique content coming on the platform in the near future?
Yeah. So one of the big things that have happened recently from a partnership point of view is we've onboarded quite a few third-party broadcasters, right? So we've got Sportscast, which is a sports news and highlights platform. We've got Bricks TV Africa on our platform. We've got community stations like Mpumakapa TV, 1KZN. So from a regional point of view, we've been able to tap into that audience. But also we've recently secured two really key partnerships in the form of Microsoft as well as Vodacom. From a Vodacom perspective, we are now able to zero rate news and education content for Vodacom users on our platform.
Nice.
So if you are coming onto our platform and wanting to watch the news, that's going to be data free, absolutely data free for Vodacom users. So that's been a great feat for us. And then the second one, from a Microsoft perspective, we have an AI skills program on the platform that allows young people, and anyone for that matter, to go into SABC Plus and actually learn AI skills and digital fluency at their own pace, at their own rate, on the SABC Plus platform. So those are two really key partnerships that we've been able to secure, which we are quite proud of.
I mean, listen, it's definitely something to be proud of, because when we talk innovation, we talk inclusivity, and we talk about how you equalize that for urban users and rural users. This is definitely the beginnings of that. We fast run out of time because we have a mandate. We have to get into our kids programming. Khanyisa Melba, thank you so much for taking the time. And Khanyisa is the marketing manager for digital, out here celebrating SABC Plus reaching 2 million registered users. If you haven't tried it yet, you definitely want to try it. There's some incredible content there. High quality application, uses relatively low data, so you can get around it and you can find it anywhere and wherever you have reception. That's his corners, Pagati inside. And then I'm going to offline him about the situation of SAFM not being on the application as yet. It is 10 to 2 o'clock, time for Kids Corner, which will take us into the top of the hour news.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations, and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As action heats up, the search for victory continues. Banyana Banyana tackles the beautiful flowers in the third and final group contest. This is the 2025 Hollywood Bets COSAFA Women's Championship. Catch South Africa versus Lesotho on Tuesday, 24 February at 3 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Alcohol drowns our hope and fuels our pain. Our streets are flooded. Our families are breaking. Women and children are not safe. Alcohol kills 100 people in South Africa every day. For more information, visit www.truecostofalcohol.africa. Increase excise tax on alcohol.
You are listening to The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
And welcome to Nali Bali. Have you ever been hungry and wished you could make something to eat all by yourself? Learning how to prepare simple meals is an important skill that helps us become independent. It's fun to mix, stir, and create delicious food, but it's also important to be safe in the kitchen. Knowing how to use kitchen tools carefully, asking for help when needed, and keeping things clean can make cooking both safe and exciting. The more you practice, the better you'll get. Who knows, you might even become a great chef one day. Today's story is called Sinaza's Super Sandwich, written by Joanne Bloch. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and dance! It was a warm afternoon. Sinazo hopped and skipped and jumped and climbed and swung upside down from the lowest branch of the guava tree. She threw a ball to a little dog, Patchy, and stroked a big cat, Puffy. She patted her hand and sang a sweet song.
Oh, Henny, my Henny, there isn't just any other Henny as lovely as you.
Reading time, said Sinazo's mom at 4 o'clock.
Can I make a sandwich first? I am so hungry,
said Sinazo. She pulled her hungry lion face and roared. Her mom smiled. Yes, but promise you'll clean up afterwards. Tuli's playing with a friend down the road. I'm going to fetch her now. When we return, this kitchen must be spotless, Mom said.
I promise,
said Sinazo. She was already at the fridge door, with Patchy and Puffy right behind her. Henny stood in the doorway of the kitchen. She knew she wasn't allowed to come inside the house.
What ingredients should I use?
Sinazo asked her animal friends. Said Henny. Said Patchy. Said Puffy. Sinazo pulled out a packet of cheese slice, a bowl of sliced cucumber and tomato, and a big round lettuce from the fridge.
Super!
Said Sinazo. Said Henny. In the bread bin, Sinazo found a loaf of sliced brown bread.
Stupendous!
Said Sinazo. Said Patchy. In the cupboard, Sinazo found fish paste, mayonnaise, and pickles.
Ooh, scrumptious!
Said Sinazo. Said Puffy. Sinazo spread a splotch of fish paste into a slice of bread. Carefully, she placed 2 slices of tomato on top. Next, she placed a slice of cheese on the tomato. She dug out a small pickle from the jar and placed it on top of the cheese.
This needs mayonnaise,
she said, and squished a dollop of mayonnaise onto the pickle. By now, Sinazo's sandwich looks a little shaky, but she wasn't finished yet. She pulled a big green leaf of lettuce, washed it, and stuck it into the mayonnaise.
Now for the finishing touches. I just love cucumber,
she told Puffy, and picked out 5 slices of cucumber and balanced them carefully on top of the lettuce leaf. She placed another slice of bread on top of the cucumber. She moved the towering sandwich onto a plate and carried it to the table and sat down. Said Puffy, and scratched the table leg. Henny clucked and took a step into the kitchen. Patchy whined and wagged his tail. Sinazo closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. She took a huge bite, but the sandwich was too tall and wobbly. As Sinazo bit into the side of the sandwich, bits of tomato, pickle, cheese, and most of the big green lettuce leaves shoot out of the other side. Great blobs of mayonnaise and fish paste hit the tabletop. Sinazo started laughing. Laughing made her cough, and a mouthful of unchewed sandwich flew out of her mouth. In a flash, Puffy jumped onto the table. She had her greedy eye on the cheese. Before she could reach it, she skidded into a puddle of mayonnaise and landed right back on the floor. Patchy started to bark and jump. Soon his paws were covered in mayonnaise too.
Oh no! What will Mom say? It's so dirty in here,
said Sinazo. She wasn't laughing anymore. She rushed to the sink to fetch a cloth. Henny saw her chance.
General, we're still dealing with this question about your explanation for why it was no surprise that the PKTT was disbanded. We've dealt with the Murray report, but in your statement you also rely on what you call another event, which is a meeting that was held with the minister on the 1st of November. Let's go there, because you were provided with the draft minutes, and can you please take us to where in the draft minutes it speaks of the disbandment of the PKTT? And Chair, it's at file 6, page 499.
There are 2 page numbers, General, one red and another one black. So the red is 499, the black is 96. Got it?
Can you tell us where in the minutes it refers to the disbandment? There's a decision to disband or a pending decision.
When in this document, Chair, you will never find anywhere where they say disband. But what you will find is the consultative discussions where the topic of the disbandment started, and where, in fact, the National Commissioner himself was saying it was just a task team that was meant to evolve into a unit. It can be done. That's all.
So it was just a discussion about. Sorry, can you just repeat? What did the National Commissioner say?
Let me quote the National Commissioner verbatim from the statement, okay, from the minutes.
That would be useful. Thank you.
General Masemola indicated that the matter of the he further indicated that, okay, there's the inspectorate. I want to go specifically to a specific. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place. Where are you reading from now, Jim? My apologies, Chair. That is now the last sentence. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, General. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit establishment. This other one is just too dark for me to read. But what I know from that meeting, from the minutes that I have, he said that it was meant to evolve into a unit and that it can be done. Is there any reason we are not projecting this?
So, General, just, sorry, to start, you took us to the last line of page 502, right? Right, and it says, and that he is the National Commissioner, General Masemola. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in the form of a task team and not a fixed unit or establishment. That doesn't say anything about disestablishment or anything. It's a statement of fact that what's in place was a task team and not a unit. It doesn't give us any information about a discussion for the potential disestablishment of the task team. Do you agree?
What gives me a little bit of a challenge, Chair, is that because I've been at the ad hoc as well, and then my file is marked, is underlined. Now, because of at this present moment, when I take a file like this and then I have to go through, now I have to start looking for what I want. So that is why I take a little bit of. But for now, General, Ms. Hassim is asking you about the sentence you read. So I'm sure you are able to find that, because you read it just now. This is a question.
It's the sentence you just read, the last sentence on page 502, right?
Yes.
You've read it. I've read it out to you. I'll read it again. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of task team and not a fixed unit or establishment.
That's correct.
That is a statement of fact, right?
That is correct.
It doesn't say anything about disestablishment of the task team. Correct?
The paragraph, the sentence that I
Yes.
read, yes.
Okay. So is there anywhere else in this minute that it does talk about the disestablishment? And if you wish to, sorry, Commissioner, if you wish to look at your copy and then cross-refer to the page number that we have, whatever works, that's acceptable.
I'd rather do that, Chair, because I do know that this is the first consultative meetings in the executive meeting where the National Commissioner actually indicated that it can be done.
Okay, so you can have a look at your copy.
Yes.
Okay, so where in your copy, if you just take us to the page, so you'll see that these minutes at the bottom right, they have page 3 of 1 of 15 all the way up to page 15 of 15. So you can use that page reference for the purposes of your answer.
Chair, so that we don't waste time, can I come back to it? Can I do that, or should I, I don't want to avoid to respond to the question, but all I know is that I will find it somewhere in the statement, but if I can't find it now, then let me then read. And
when you say statement, are you referring to these minutes?
Yes.
Oh, all right, all right.
Mr. Sim, I think the idea to project was with reference to page 503 in particular. The General said, I can't see, and the same for me. But I think it may be important, in fact, what is there, because when you look at the structure of this document, and I'm going to take you back, if you turn to 501, the heading is slide 7, macro-organizational structure. And then you have a discussion that is recorded, and then it concludes at page 503, where it's blue. It says decision objective. And that's the format. And then the next heading is slide 8. And if you page through, you see that some decisions are made and directives. And I think we should look, we're now looking at what the General has read in isolation of the discussion under slide 7, under the heading slide 7. And I think we do need to see what those dark parts are and what the decision is.
So the two ways to do it. I mean, first of all, it's projected, but also I think your copy wouldn't have these highlights, so it would be easier to read. Is that so, or do you also have that on your own copy, your personal copy? Because as Commissioner Baloy says, the relevant slide in this meeting is slide 7.
Slide 7.
Slide 7. So it starts on page, let me refer to page 2 of 15. It starts on page 2 of 15. And it goes to page 4 of 15. And it ends with decisions under that topic of macro-organizational structure. And what you've taken us to is part of the discussion before the decisions.
Chair, when we go to page 3 of 15, page 99 or 502, and then you go to the first highlighted one where they say, this is paragraph 3 now. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killing task team, which are primarily about address serious crime. He stated that SABS should guard against creating structures stroke units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities such as taxi killing, political killing, all being about murders. This is where the discussions were also, some of the discussions taken place. Remember before there were some emails that were being sent between the National Commissioner, Mary Diaz, and other people. But then this was the executive meeting called by the minister in the boardroom, executive boardroom, with the top management of the police. And this is where this subject was ventilated as well, with the National Commissioner as well, not really against such. Hence, I asked yesterday for the recording.
Yeah.
Can I just, sorry, I do apologize.
Go ahead.
In that very last paragraph, what you've read, the very last sentence, this is the General Masemula speaking. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit/establishment. Now, if you keep that line in mind, and then you go back to the earlier highlighted paragraph where the minister was speaking, and the minister referred to creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities, and then he refers to taxi killings, political killings, all being about murder. It would appear that General Masemula was in fact clarifying the minister that the PKTT is not a fixed unit. It's not part of the...
It presents Betover, the drama, an enchanting stage adaptation by Fanny Viljoen, a powerful story of identity, imagination and courage, blending drama with magical realism. It's perfect for learners, families and educators, and it's showing at the Arena Theatre from the 16th of February to the 7th of March. Tickets are available at 150 Rand, and you can book now via web tickets.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with
happening here. But importantly, to the question of Ms. Hassim about the decision, we have a recordal of the decisions that were made in that meeting under the slide 7, where the PKTT and task teams got mentioned. In that decision recorded at 503, there is no decision to shut down the task teams and PKTT in particular. Otherwise, it would have been recorded there.
You may look at the screen behind you.
Perhaps you can just read the decisions,
Yes.
and you can then answer.
The one on top, I was reading from slide 8. I'm sorry, Acha.
So what comes before that, that is what has the yellow highlights, is the discussion, and then the decisions on that are what Commissioner Baloy has just referred you to. You follow that?
I follow, Chair.
Yes, and Ms. Hassim now is saying, do you see that there is no decision there? Or was it Commissioner Baloy? That the PKTT must be disbanded? Where they are, the actual decisions now.
It was...
Check for you in case you were in a hurry to get the little ones from school. It's just gone 2:15. We are going to head back into that Madlanga Commission that's currently sitting in Pretoria. They're back from their lunch break, and of course Shedrick Sibia now fielding questions and interrogation from the evidence leaders as well as the justices. If all goes according to plan, we should be there uninterrupted for the remainder of this show, and then Ashraf Gara is going to come through at 3 o'clock to show you how much we all centered around the Madlanga Commission. Currently, President Cyril Ramaphosa is on stage taking questions at that SONA debate, and we are going with the Madlanga Commission. We'll catch you up on what the president says by way of follow-ups to some of his plans for the year ahead as the afternoon continues to unfold. Let's go back to Madlanga in Pretoria.
You are listening to the
and review
Yes.
of certain capabilities.
Yes. So that we've read that, and this is clearly the discussion that took place. But the minutes reflect the decisions, and there are 3 bullet points. And what I'm saying to you is that not only are you correct that there was no decision to disband taken in that meeting, but there was also no decision that a review should be conducted on the political killings task team. Because if there was, it would be reflected in the minutes. Don't you agree?
I agree.
And would you agree that even apart from these minutes, no review was taken of the political killings task team before 31 December 2024?
Because there was already a document that is in circulation, so there was no review.
There was a document in circulation. Which document?
This one of the one that we read earlier.
The Murray report.
Yes.
Okay, but the Murray report we've already established was talking about proposals for the future. I'm saying, was there a review ever undertaken? A review of the capabilities and value of the political killings task team before the decision on 31 December, between this meeting and 31 December?
I thought I responded, Chair. I don't want to be evasive. I want to answer a question honestly.
Was there a review undertaken pursuant to the meeting of 1 November 2024?
Not pursuant to the meeting of the 1 November.
That was your question.
Yes, thank you. That answers the question.
You want to say something, General?
What pains me is that I'm being pushed into a corner of saying, was there disbandment instruction, yes or no? Was there a review? There was a document that is in circulation where I also signed, where finally the National Commissioner at his own time then also signed and say implementation must be done by General Sibiya. So I wouldn't expect that there should be another review on top of a review that is running, that is already in place.
General, please understand what's going on here. We want to get the full facts. This is not about pushing you in any direction. If, as you say, there was something decided in accordance with the Murray report, you have said that. You have dealt with it. Now we are dealing with the minutes of the 1st November 2024. And you have read the highlighted part where part of which says the minister indicated that there should be a reconsideration and review. Now, you are being asked a different question now. It's no longer about the Murray report. It's about the meeting of the 1st November 2024. And you are being asked a different question. Was there a review? Because we want to get all the facts, the full facts. Was there a review pursuant to the 1st of November 2024? We are past the Murray report. That's why you've already responded to the question. I'm just giving this explanation to disabuse your mind of this idea that you are being pushed into any particular direction. That's not the idea. These are different facts. You've dealt with Murray. We are now dealing with the 1st of November 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And the reason we're dealing with the minutes of the 1st November 2024 is because you drew to our attention that this was a significant event that led to the disbandment decision of the 31st of December. So just to explain why I am taking you to the minutes. Now, we've dealt with the minutes. There's no decision in the minutes to either disband or to undertake a review of an analysis and an evaluation of the political killings task team that we've established. But my next question is, despite this, was there any review taken of the PKTT between 1 November and 31 December?
The answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
But can I clarify something?
Yes.
Remember that this was a consultative process, because there was a statement made by the National Commissioner that there was no consultation. So this document was meant to demonstrate that no, there has been meetings, several meetings, consultative meetings. It may not be the meeting that says disband or a decision taken that now we are disbanding, but this thing was discussed, ventilated in several meetings, of which the 1st of November was one of them. Thank you, Chair.
But would you agree that in order to make the decision to disband and for a proper consultation to take place, there would need to be an evaluation, an impact analysis of the PKTT?
I don't agree.
So on what basis then would the decision be made? How does one assess then that there's no value being added by the PKTT?
When a decision is taken to disband a task team, under normal circumstances, in every task team, this is not the process that we follow or that is being followed.
Who makes the decision? Let me start there.
The provincial commissioner can make a decision, or he who established a task team can make that decision.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I accept that, but I'm asking you whether there would be a review. There would be some basis, there would be a reason to make that decision. You don't just make a decision without reasons.
Yes.
Okay. And do you accept that in 2024, let me call it the sort of state of knowledge amongst the senior members of the service was that the PKTT was doing very good work?
According to their reports, General.
Yes.
And you shared that view, that they were doing good work?
Yes.
Okay. So what then do you say but you say that there therefore doesn't need to be any review. So if in 2024, you say they're doing good work. In fact, I think you agreed they were outstanding in their work. What changed?
What changed is the fact that from where I'm sitting, I'm focusing nationally. I'm not focusing only on KZN. Now, as far as I'm concerned, from where I'm sitting, the capacity that is in KZN does not exist in Cape Town, where I'm sitting with gang violence, where people are dying every day. El Dorado Park, Westbury, many other areas. I have also instances where other political killings that are taking place throughout the country, like in Mpumalanga, where they are not being attended by the PKTT. So which means we focus in the resources, a lot of money, a lot of budget, only on one particular task team that is serving the interest of only one province. So I am national, looking nationally at all the provinces.
I'm not sure what the answer is. But let me leave it at that with your response, and ask you this: did you consult? You say there were consultations. Did you consult with the head of the PKTT, General Khumalo?
Remember, I'm not the one that was doing the disbandment, because in my case, I was just carrying out the National Commissioner's instruction. So in my case, was just to relay the message that I received from the National Commissioner to General Khumalo.
Sure, but I'm not yet there yet. I'm still before 31 December 2024. What consultations were there with the head of the PKTT before the decision was taken? We know there was no impact analysis, but was there consultation with the head of the PKTT? These
meetings, including the 1st of November, those were the consultative process that were taking place. I personally didn't have to consult with General Khumalo because I was not part of it. I was not involved in it.
Okay, are you aware of any consultations with General Khumalo on the issue of disbandment?
He was part of the meetings.
Was he part of this meeting on the 1st of November?
All the meetings, yes, he was part.
And in those meetings, concerns had been raised?
Yes, and he even presented in Parliament, and yes.
In November 2024?
No, I say there was consultative and he was in agreement.
He was in agreement?
Yes.
With the disbandment?
Yes.
General Khumalo?
All of them.
I find that very hard to believe, because General Khumalo has testified at length here as to the shock when he saw the letter, the instruction, on the 31st of December 2024.
When we are to believe that, that is what he was supposed to also demonstrate in Parliament on the 5th of March, to say that I was in shock when that was discussed. But that is not what happened. He said the minister gave a directive to the National Commissioner. There has been several meetings held, and the disbandment will take place in a form of in phases, and then the cases will be taken to murder and robbery unit. The provinces, all the 9 districts have stabilized. Only eThekwini district is still the one. So all I'm saying is that if he was not in agreement, together with the provincial commissioner and the national commissioner, they were in the meeting in Parliament, and they didn't
Okay,
oppose.
but that was after the decision was taken, General. So I just want to stop you, because I'm really only dealing with this small period in 2024. We have on record that the evaluation of the task team, the agreement was that they're doing outstanding work in the middle of 2024. And then somewhere along the way, something changes. And that's the period I'm talking about. And what changed was towards the end of 2024. I'm trying to understand, at that point, were there consultations with General Khumalo, and you're saying there were, and you're saying that he agreed that it should be disbanded. And I'm saying to you that can't be right, because he's testified at length that that's not the case.
But the fact that he testified and said what he said doesn't mean that in the meetings with the minister, he did not really participate, nor also raise concerns there or disagreed. Because if there was any such disagreement, it would have been recorded in the meeting, in the minutes themselves, that he was also not in agreement. But there's no such record.
Just to make sure you are not talking past each other, give us the timing. What time are you referring to? What period are you referring to, General?
Chair, I'm referring to all the meetings that were held since this topic was introduced in a meeting by the minister.
Minister Mkhunu.
In a meeting.
Meeting of the 1st of November?
Of the 1st of November. So all the management were there, and this topic came to the fore, and it was discussed responded to positively.
By topic, are you referring to disbandment?
Disbandment, referring to the reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as political killings and inspectorate.
But my understanding is that Ms. Hassim is asking you about disbandment, General.
I can't hear the
I'm
chair.
saying my understanding is that Ms. Hassim is asking you about disbandment, not the reconsideration and review that we dealt with earlier.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Because we've moved off from review and reconsideration and those things. The question is about disbandment.
Yes. All I can say is that he's never visibly indicated that he doesn't want to comply or he doesn't agree. He hasn't done that.
General, can I just ask, maybe I'm trying to see if we can get to the answer of the question that you're being asked. This meeting is on the 1st of November.
Yes.
The disbandment letter is the 31st of December. What do you say happened after the 1st of November? Because on the 1st of November, the minister says there must be reconsideration and review. He expresses that view. And then we know it's not in the decision. The decision is not made. When you say there were discussions, what meetings or what forum after the 1st of November before the 31st of December were held with a discussion about the disbandment of the PKTT was raised, and where do we find a record of that discussion? Because it is an important topic, so I would imagine that it is recorded somewhere, and it would have been in a formal meeting. So I think you do need to be specific, more specific than saying it was discussed. You need to say there was this meeting and there was that meeting. And this is what was discussed, and this is the decision, and there has to be a minute of that meeting.
All I know, Chair, is that there was that meeting of the 1st of November, and then from there, it was just what was placed on the table. We all didn't expect that there will be a letter written, but on the 31st, the letter came. But in between, I am not in a position to tell what happened.
You're not aware. You're not aware, or you know there were no meetings between the 1st of November, at least none that you participated in. Meetings after the 1st of November, there's no meeting that you know of or that you participated in that discussed the PKTT and made a decision it will be disbanded. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I have never been in any other meeting. I have been in all the meetings where this was discussed, but between November and...
those meetings are before the 1st of November. Remember, we are talking about a defined period. From the 2nd of November to the 31st of December is what we are trying to establish, whether there was a discussion and a decision from the 2nd of November and to a date before the letter of disbandment.
No, there was no any other meeting that I can think of now from the top of my head.
Okay.
Leading to the 31st.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
General, can I ask a question? Looking at paragraph 63 of your statement on page 23.
Page 23,
yeah.
My statement. Yes, Chair.
I don't see any inconsistency between your statement and the minutes of 1 November 2024. But my question is really this. Was there a review by the SABC Executive Committee as contemplated in paragraph 63 of your decision? Because you are part of that executive committee, not so?
It's correct.
You are. Was there a review by that executive committee which you are a part of?
Not at all.
So we know this did not happen.
This did not.
So what was your expectation as far as the existence of the PKTT was concerned after this meeting? So what is the next thing that you expected after this meeting?
What I expected was that since in the meeting the minister raised about the disbandment or the closure of the inspectorate and the PKTT, it was now a subject for discussion that at some point is going to happen.
And that did not happen. There was no discussion at some point.
There was no discussion in between because the National Commissioner raised certain concerns in relation to like your inspectorate and say it can be done, however, it's going to cost 1, 2, 3.
So the next thing you saw was the minister's letter?
On the 31st.
Before there was a discussion?
Yes.
And before there was this review by the executive committee?
That's correct. Since the 1st of November to the 31st.
Yes. So then why do you say General Masimula is feigning surprise when he says when he saw the letter he was taken by surprise? If you yourself expected that there were going to be discussions, there was going to be a review, is it not a surprise that a disbandment letter that directs that the PKTT be disbanded immediately comes before this discussion has taken place, or before even the executive committee of SABS has set to undertake the exercise which you say would have been the next step?
I would be surprised if this topic or this subject was never at any given moment discussed. I just saw a letter on the 31st. But if I know that at some point there was this meeting held and my contribution was this, then when that decision comes and it comes as a surprise, then as the National Commissioner, I will then take it up with the minister, revert back without pushing it further. So I'm saying, to me, he cannot say it came as a surprise because it wasn't the very first time he came to hear about the matter.
Not the review, the disbandment. Remember, the first time he's hearing of the disbandment is when he sees the letter. He might have heard about a suggested review, a suggested impact analysis, but that is different to a disbandment decision. The first time he hears about a disbandment is in the letter because the minutes don't say anything about disbandment. They talk about a review. Murray on the 6th of March 2024 talks about an impact analysis. So the first time the National Commissioner sees the word disbandment is on when he sees the letter of 31 December 2024. And that is the
When the chair starts looking at me like that, I feel threatened now because I know what is coming.
Well, can I say that I would expect, given how you've explained in this discussion with Ms. Hassim, where you and Commissioner Kumalo, where you accept that the executive management was mandated or was going to have a discussion, that did not happen. And the next thing you became aware of is when that letter came. If that is so, on that version, I would expect you to say, I was also surprised, because we had a meeting on the 1st where the minister spoke about reconsideration and review, and then we as executive management were tasked, or we're going to have a discussion about this. We never had that discussion. The next thing that happened is there was this letter. That's what you've said to us. The next thing, there was this letter. I would expect you to say, the letter also caught me by surprise. Unless, of course, you knew that that letter is coming, which was not, and you would have known not through the formal processes and not through the documents that are in front of us. Somehow you would have known it. But you've told us I knew nothing about it. The last time we had this discussion was on the 1st of November. And after that, there was nothing. Executive management didn't discuss it. I expected to say I was surprised.
Quite honestly speaking, Chair, I was not surprised for simple reasons. Remember, there are a trail of emails that were exchanged, even some of them sent from the National Commissioner's Office to the Minister in relation to the political killing test team and the suggestion that it be disbanded. However, in the meeting where the Minister raised...
And you would have been copied. And remember, we are talking about the period from the 2nd of November. Let's not go back there. We know you had a meeting on the 1st.
Okay.
It had a particular outcome. So we're looking at from the 2nd of November up to the date that letter came out, what happened, right? So if you say there were a trail of emails, it has to be, because that's a discussion we are having now. We're talking about from the 2nd of November, and my question is, if that's the period you're referring to, when you say there were a trail of emails, my next question would be, where you copied, is that how you come to know about it? From the 2nd of November up to the 31st, where you copied in those emails, can we have copies of them if you were copied? If not, how do you come to know about them? But it's a specific window that we are discussing.
In between the meeting of the 1st of November up to the 31st, I know of no meeting or no consultation. I was never involved in any form of discussion. I also saw that letter as it was circulating now on the media.
Thanks, General.
Thank you. There's another peculiarity I want to raise with you. The letter of the 1st of November, we're staying in that period. But it's, in fact, not inconsistent with the Murray report. The discussion on the 1st of November wasn't only about the political killings task team. The political killings task team was cited as an example. So, was there any consultation on any other task team, any review that was done on any other task team other than the political killings task team after 1 November?
It was the inspectorate. It's not a task team. It's a division.
No,
it's a directorate.
Okay, but I just want you to confine your answer to task teams, because do you agree that in the meeting of the 1st of November, the discussion was about task teams and the political killing task team was cited as an example?
No. It was specifically about the political killing task team and inspectorate in that meeting.
Okay. And if you look at the minutes, let's just see the language of the minutes. It says there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about, I think he means addressing serious crimes. So it's cited there, such as an example. And then if you look at the second sentence, he states that the SAPS should guard against creating structures or units based on specific category while these duplicate the existing capabilities. Example, taxi killings, political killings, all being about murders. So he referred to the taxi killings task team. So this is what I'm saying to you, is that what was under discussion for review was not only the political killings task team, right?
Yes, I am aware that in the Eastern Cape, I think Umtata, there was one, now I'm not sure whether it was disbanded or just established, but there was a political, there was a taxi violence killing. We sent a team down there that had to be disbanded as well.
When was that?
It could be around about the same period. I may not be right. I may not be accurate with my date, but I'll confine myself to the question in relation to the task team to say it was set as an example.
It was as an example. So, which to me would would also give one a reason to think that it's, let me put it this way. I would have thought you yourself would also be surprised that it was only the political killings task team that was being disbanded out of all of the task teams. You were not surprised by that. Is that right?
No, I was not surprised.
Why not, when the discussion was about task teams, not only the political killings task team?
I think I did explain that I've got a bigger priority. This task team is just a task team. I have a bigger priority to address the matters in the country, throughout the country, where people are dying in numbers. So this was just part one of a small task team that is taking a bigger budget that could be used to address a bigger picture. So to me, when that happens, it suits the program of making sure that we create a capable state throughout the country.
There are other task teams with big budgets, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Some with bigger budgets than the political killings task team.
Yes, I agree.
And why then was this one singled out in your view? Because it was singling out, we can see that, of this task team.
I think there's a difference in a sense that when you talk about the one for illegal mining, it's a continuous phenomenon which is far bigger than the issue of the task team, and it is funded from CARA fund. And its handling is not only provincial. It's not only provincial, it is throughout certain provinces that has got the illegal mining problem.
Okay, but other than the illicit mining task team, what about the other task teams with bigger budgets?
I'm not aware of any that will have the similar amount of money because, in fact, we were crafting all the extensions and then the request for funding for the budget in terms of the millions. Sometimes they would be requesting for 37 million just for 1 month. Now, I'm saying, to me, I was interested in making sure that I capacitate the murder and robbery units, because this murder and robbery units, the same task team could just be plunged into the murder and robbery unit. Then you still have the same capacity doing the same job, but not in the form of a task team, but you having it as a unit with the same capacity.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to say to you that it seems very peculiar that only one task team is singled out of many where others have bigger budgets. Some have been going on for longer than the political killings task team, have been in existence for longer than the political killings task team.
Just before you move on, just one question in the hope that there won't have to be follow-ups. General, on your point about why General Masemula could not have been surprised and why you were not surprised, you rely in your paragraph 63 on the minutes of the first, or rather the meeting of the 1st of November 2024, and you then refer us to those those minutes. What I want to know, because we have seen that the decisions themselves, which you were referred to, the highlighted part in the minutes, you saw there that there's nothing about the disbandment of the PKTT. Now, what I want to understand is your understanding of the words reconsider and review, which you use in paragraph 63 and which I used in the minutes as well. Fine, I'm engaging you at the level at which you debated or argued. That's not in the decisions, it's in the discussions in the minutes. but I will engage you regardless of the fact that reference to reconsider and review is not in the decisions. I just want to engage you at the level of your reliance on the discussion. Now, what's your understanding of the meaning of reconsider and review?
Reconsider
or review?
Chair, when I say reconsider your decision, I mean I would be saying that do you wanna reconsider your decision because your decision that you have taken, I don't think you need that. You wanna reconsider. Now I'm saying reconsider. Just think twice or think again whether you do really still need this. And when I say review, I say you took a decision that you might have to go back to and review. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is no longer really serving all the people of South Africa equally. Or it's not making the necessary impact. Or it's not giving us value for money. And you have it and it's continuing. Do you want to review that decision that you have taken? That is how I understand it, Chair.
Without suggesting that the two words are synonyms, do you accept, though, that both words admit of the possibility that the person being asked to reconsider or review may decide not to change their decision? You accept that?
I do, Chair.
Thank you.
General, you said that there were emails also after 1st November in response to the question from the commissioners about the surprise of the National Commissioner. You said he shouldn't have been surprised because there was a Marais report, there was a 1st November, and there were emails, and he was copied on those emails. What emails are you referring to?
I need assistance because we do have them here. I must just refer to them now because
emails during what period, General?
It will be before November.
No,
Sorry?
It will be before November.
From when? Oh, before November.
I take it that it will be before the November because she asked me what emails.
All right, okay.
That forms part of the build up towards that meeting, towards the disbandment.
All right, okay.
Chair, am I expected?
Are you referring to would you like to look at your statement again? Are you referring to the complaint by Mr. Haas?
That one and many others that were even referred from the Office of the National Commissioner by Brigadier Letoko and said this one must be dealt with by the minister. So those type of message emails were there. And then given a chance now, I can look at it. It's just that at this point in time, I'm concentrating on responding. Now, being taken to now, I start looking, I look confused. But I have those emails. In the meantime, maybe my team can assist me in the meantime as I'm responding.
Oh, Ms. Asim, shouldn't we leave them for the General to try to find and perhaps produce, perhaps overnight?
Well, he refers to it in his statement, and they're annexures to his statement. So maybe I could assist the General to find it. At paragraph 69 of your statement, you say on 6 November 24, Haas's complaint was circulated to the Office of the National Commissioner. And you say a copy of the correspondence at the end of the paragraph is attached as SS7. So maybe we could go there. Is that what you're looking for?
67 talk about 31 October Meridi Haas. I just want to get to all of them. This one is yours.
SS7 is file 2. And, that's at page 192, I think. There's some superimposition there, but I think it's 192.
It is 192, Chair.
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for?
That is correct, Chair. This is what I'm looking for, but I see all of these ones from Babalwa Mbengo, 4 November.
And Ms. De Haas is SS6.
SS6 is the complaint itself.
Yes, is that one, even those that went to Parliament, it's before November.
Well, it looks like the emails, the correspondence that you're referring to is on 6 November. And she seems to, if you look at page 193.
Page?
193, it's an email from Ms. De Haas to several recipients, and then that is forwarded to the minister.
Yes, I see it, Chair.
Okay, so is this the correspondence you were referring to?
I think this is the correspondence I'm referring to.
Okay, and what did you want to say about this correspondence, that there was a complaint?
Yes, what I wanted to just say or indicate is that this discussion, the meeting of the 1st of November wasn't the real first discussion to discuss this issue. There's paperwork and build up towards that meeting of the 31st, because there were some complaints and there was some exchange of emails regarding the political killing task team. So, as far as I'm concerned, is that if this communication started as early as November, with few emails being exchanged, and then some of which has been sent to the minister by the Office of the National Commissioner, as far as I'm concerned, it was now a subject that was being discussed or under discussion. Now, if on the 31st of December, I see a letter circulating like that one, it was something that I saw, and we all didn't expect it, but it happened. But to say I was surprised, I can't say I was surprised, because it was once discussed. So it came. And the fact that even in the meeting of the 1st of November, the National Commissioner just indicated that this is just a task team, not a permanent unit. It was meant to evolve in a permanent unit, maybe. That's why I didn't get the shock of my life, because it was already a known subject.
Okay, I'm not going to go back to the 1st of November because we've dealt with that and we've said that the minutes don't reflect a decision. And I'm not going to reopen that unless you want to say something, you want to change what you've said earlier. I think we closed that off. I was trying to probe with you what other, because you said there were other emails. Now, we know that the emails you've just referred us to is this complaint from Mr. Haas. Wouldn't the appropriate thing have been to investigate the allegations that were made in the complaint? That would be the appropriate next step. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree that the allegations needed to be investigated.
I mean, and it couldn't be a basis to disband the task team without an investigation. The fact that a mere complaint is laid, and I don't say mere in a dismissive way, the fact that a complaint is laid against any unit or any task team or any person in the SAPS, any member of the service, is not sufficient to take action against that person or that team.
I think if I was the decision maker, I was going to be able to respond my way. Because now this was the minister's decision.
No, I want you to respond your way because I want to understand why, we're talking about why you were not surprised. You said you were not surprised because there was this complaint. It was already there on the table. So the question is, the appropriate response to this would have been to conduct an investigation into the allegations.
Yes, but it wouldn't still be what shall I call it, a game changer, in a sense that the fact that there is this complaint, among the many complaints that existed, or that, because people have been complaining, some of them, maybe other complaints about the PKTT. And if there's a decision that says, look, we have a study, we've conducted a study that says we need to recapacitate the murder and robbery unit. To me, I'm looking at it my way, commissioners. My way was, I want to capacitate and strengthen capacity in all the murder and robbery units. So to me, disbanding this PKTT would be a first prize.
Would be first prize?
Yes.
General, why not disband the taxi killings task team for that same reason? You're concerned about budget. You want to capacitate other units. You have the taxi killings, and the minister does say in that 1 November meeting that they, like the PKTT, are doing work that involves murder. And in his testimony before us, he said, all murder is the same. So why were you not thinking, oh, it's even obvious that the political killings team should be dissolved as well because you're concerned about budget?
Thank you very much for that question, Commissioner. It actually led me and assist me in being able to respond, actually, because first and foremost, how many politicians get killed? Let's take 1 to 6 months. No one. Or one. Taxi killings, people die almost every day or every week. When you look at what is happening in the gang violence, your Cape Flats, everything, where people are dying every day.
Sorry. So you disagree with the minister's suggestion in that meeting? Because remember, on the 1st of November, the minister mentions the political killings task team and the taxi, what he calls the taxi killings. So he didn't just say the PKTT. He referenced also that taxi killings task team, that there has to be a reconsideration and a review to collapse them into the murder, I think it's a murder and robbery unit.
Welcome to the National Pulse. As always, the Madlanga Commission will dominate the major part of the earlier part of the show, and looking forward to giving you all that coverage. But before we get there, just remember this. Eskom is upgrading old electricity meters with modern smart meters, giving you clarity, control and confidence. With your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Smart meters are accurate and help Eskom respond faster to issues. So do allow the authorized Eskom installers access to install your new meter. For more information, visit the Eskom website, Eskom Redefining for a better future.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
It has certainly been a very dramatic last few hours. First of all, with the fact that, people like myself are now fasting, day one for me in Ramadan, so no water. So if I cough and I choke, just bear with me, I'm telling you in advance. Then we heard the news of the imam at a mosque in Mitchell's Plain last night, walking out of the mosque and being shot dead and one other injured. That's number two. Third one, the story that we've been running, the son of a former Zimbabwean president apparently shot a security guard or gardener and is now being locked up in the place that he's staying in Johannesburg in South Africa. That's one. And then also you've news of the brother of the King of England being arrested today. So much drama. However, let's for now stay with the Madlanga Commission. It's been a busy time, certainly this week, as we reflect on all those things. And I just want to tell you, in terms of the coverage today, as always, it's been riveting. And I know, speaking to people, they don't really want to miss a beat. So day two for the coverage of the suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya at the Madlanga Commission. Earlier today, Sibiya told the Commission that he shares a personal relationship with Witness F, but rejected suggestions that Witness F worked as a middleman between him and Vuzimuzi Cat Matlala. Let's get right to the Madlanga Commission.
Let's look at the first date. Is there when I recommended is March 2024.
26 March.
26 March. And at that point in time, it was in fact the very first time I'm included, even in the correspondence or communication of saying we need budget. I can't stand on the way when they say we need budget. It must via my office. It was the first time because it has never happened like that. Now it comes to me, I can't say no, and I can't question it because this thing is being brought to me. That must go to the National Commissioner for signature. I say yes, they're doing a good job, they sign, and it goes. However, when the issue of the study then comes to me at a later stage, remember when it's my signature now on the evaluation document, it is at a much later stage in 2024 when I signed and say that I've gone through these documents and I see that the political killing task team's mandate fall in fact under murder and robbery unit. Now I have murder and robbery unit everywhere in the country. We also have murder and robbery unit in KZN, but we also have a duplicate unit, task team that is running on its own when we have a murder and robbery unit. Take this capacity, put it in there. That is what in my mind came through.
So in March 2024, when you sign, are you saying you didn't realize that what the PKTT, that which you are approving at that time, they do work which falls under murder and robbery? Is that what you're telling us?
I didn't have that benefit of that report at that point in time.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you know about that there is a political kill, unless you say you didn't know that there's a political killings task team and that it is tasked to look into political killings. that it is the product of an initiative, an instruction directive of the president to an interministerial committee. Surely you knew all of those things, even before you were asked to sign for the first time. You must have known. Maybe let me take it step by step. Before the 26th of March 2024, did you know about the existence of the PKTT?
I did know about the existence of the political killing task team, and that it was a door no any other person was supposed to open. Only
Did you know what they were constituted to do?
To investigate political killings.
You knew that?
Yes.
And you knew that the political killings that they were formed to investigate are matters that even the murder and robbery unit can investigate. You knew that?
I knew that.
Okay, so you knew all of that on the 26th of March 2024.
That's correct.
And you still signed and approved funding, even
That's
though
correct.
you knew that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Asu.
Sorry, what I want to, can I raise one little thing?
Sorry, I'd like you to come in, but because it's linked to what Commissioner Baloyi was saying, you might want to respond to both. Because it wasn't only political killings. The PKTT was also looking into the killings of traditional leaders. They had their mandate extended to cover that aspect. And then they were requested to, of course, go to Fort Hare. So to just put it in perspective, it was a national task team looking at several areas of concern, not just the political killings in KZN.
Actually, that is where I was going when I wanted to say something, to say, remember that, and I mentioned it in terms of percentage, to say that political related, I don't know whether it's 18% or 24%, and there are drugs related. In other instances, it is not political related. In other instances, there's so many. When you look at that document that we wrote and say this document, all these cases are cases that were put in a fridge, that were not being attended to. All of them, most of them, only something like 69 or 60 were political, but the rest are not political. Some will be land issues, but some will be. It does not necessarily mean that when a child of a councillor who was killed at the Shebeen is political related, but it would be something like those. So you will have some cases where they are not political related. It's just plain matter. And then in some they will say it's ad hoc cases or parallel cases. Now you have a unit that is just investigating everything, when in fact there are units.
Yeah, no, General. There's no disagreement with you that you had units that did the kind of work that now got assigned to be carried out by the PKTT. There's no disagreement. The same way with taxi killings task team. There's no question about that. The issue, at least that I'm discussing with you, is you now think PKTT rather, is a bad idea. It's a waste of money. Let's put the money elsewhere. And all I was seeking to establish with you was that that must be a view that you formed only after the 26th of March, 2024. Has to be, because you sign and recommend or support funding for them for another period in March 24. So it's a view you formed after March 2024, and I think we've agreed that. You've said up to that point, you knew they were there, you knew their purpose, and the work that they did, and you supported that. You give an explanation that, well, I didn't know anything the National Commissioner, it had to go to the National Commissioner. I couldn't say no. It's difficult to accept that someone at your seniority, if they hold real, genuine views when they are given a document to sign, they wouldn't look into it and say, what is this, even if you didn't know. But you knew about the PKTT. So what I'm checking, or what I'm discussing with you, is something changed with you after the 26th of March. It has to be. Something changed that you now hold a different view about the PKTT that makes you say, of course they had to be disbanded.
Can I respond?
And the question, in your response, I would like to hear, what is it that changed?
Chair, what I want to say is that I was promoted to the rank of a Lieutenant General with effect from the 1st of July 2023. Now you count the months leading to March when I signed, when you're still getting comfortable in the new position where now you're looking into various documents and various, how to improve service delivery or how to improve your office in such a way that it is able to be effective. Now, after that March to where it was, I'm now in the system. I now know what I want to achieve. I now have had the benefit of being to El Dorado Park, myself, Hanover Park. I've had a lot of experience of what I see, and I have now a report in front of me that says, we have had this study that looks into these task teams, and then, because there is something that is attached to that I want to say, that make me more support the idea of the task team is not a good idea, is that I have this member carrying 600 docket, 800 docket, 500 docket, 400 docket. Now, they're no longer working on this docket, but they're tired of this docket. But what they want to do, the shortest route is to say, I wish they can send me on a task team, and someone goes on a task team and they leave those dockets there. And those dockets must now go to the station, to the branch commander, who must redistribute them to other members who are carrying a lot of docket. Sometimes they say, oh, you think he's clever. He's going to a task team, he leaves this, they put them there. When you come back, after 2 years, 3 years, your dockets are still there, and they never worked on those dockets. So to me, the issue of the task teams, the task team is meant to go and extinguish the fire now, get it over and done with, come back to where you belong, not to be a permanent thing for years. So the issue of the task team of keeping dockets, because even where these people that are in the task team left, you can't replace them because it is their positions. You're running short of manpower, they are there doing something else, but you can't replace them here because, and you remain empty here.
And that's not unique to the PKTT, right? You're not saying that cannot be a justification, and certainly the minister doesn't rely on that. And in the documents you've referred us to, there is no such discussion as a consideration. But more importantly, yes, it's a concern, and there's probably merit to that concern that you're raising, but that's something that's not unique to the PKTT. When you create task teams, which the SABC has a lot of, we were told, when you create task teams, that's the consequence, right? You get people leaving dockets, somebody else looks at so it couldn't be a justification for the PKTT's disbandment.
I wouldn't want to get...
You can, as always, drop us comments right away. And what works best for the commission is to send us a WhatsApp voice note, and then we'll play it as soon as we get a break, okay? Which we'll do right after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This February, fall in love with a blockbuster that defined a generation. Courage, survival, rebellion. The world of Panem returns. Every moment, every battle, every choice. Settle in for the ultimate movie night with The Hunger Games. Back on your screen where it belongs. The Hunger Games, Sundays at 7 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, back we go to the Madlanga Commission.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAFM.
Was allowed to know what is going on inside there. So that is why I say there. So that is why I say, to me, even when they put this document in front of me, I signed. I had to sign because they say to you, this is for the extension of the PKTT, for the political killing, and this is because of we are facing elections, we are facing that, so I had to sign.
You didn't have to sign, of course. You could have, well, one, you didn't have to recommend. You could have not recommended if there were reasons to, or you could have recommended with qualifications. You gave a blanket recommendation, and that's the difference. You could have had qualifications attached to your signature, like other signatories have had.
The fact that I this time I applied my mind and then signed what the National Commissioner gave me to do, it tells you that at this present moment I was now working, applying my mind. I did exactly what the National Commissioner asked me to do, and I gave it in.
Which one are you referring to? Signing that?
Like for an example, whatever that happened, I just complied with the National Commissioner's instruction. So when you say I didn't need to sign, I was going to be regarded as now defying.
No. Sorry, you misunderstood me. I meant that you either recommend. It's not that you don't sign. You either recommend. That's what's the power that's given to you from the position that you hold, which is a very senior office, and there's a reason why it has to go through you before it goes to the National Commissioner, because the National Commissioner's signature comes after yours. So he is relying on others to have looked at it from their perspective to see what your views are for him to give final sign-off. So when you receive it, your task is to apply your mind to it and make a decision whether to recommend, not recommend, or recommend with qualifications. Do you agree with that?
No. Let us look at the current situation on what I'm going through now. Let us look at the current situation where
Sorry, I'm getting a note passed to me.
Let's look at the current situation.
Okay. No, answer the question and then I'll address the note. Thank you.
Let us look at the current situation where there's an instruction to disband and it says immediately. And then personally, having disbanded units, having participated in many disbandment, We disband task teams on a daily basis. We move people around. Because of natural attritions, people die, resign, get promoted, transferred. To me, to disband immediately is not really a critical challenge or issue. Now, and then you also get the National Commissioner saying, yeah, but I said let's wind down. And then you decided that no, this thing can be done now. Look at where it put me now, at home. So the sentiments that says, you are a senior manager, you could apply your mind, doesn't work. Because as a senior manager, I said, but in disbanding the task team, there was an instruction from the National Commissioner and General Kumalo himself that says, those members of the task team that have been trained from different environments, let them be sent to stations so that they can implement that what they've been trained to do.
But General, you're not answering the question. You're discussing something that comes much later.
Oh.
The question was, you are a signatory, you sign, rather. You're one of the people who are making a have an option to make a recommendation, or I do not support, I support. I recommend, or I recommend with qualifications. Now, we know from evidence that General Dimbane did put in a note. She supported, but made a specific recommendation, a suggestion that these must be for budgeting purposes, to regularize budgeting. This task team should be regularized into a unit, something to that effect.
Discontinued.
Something to that effect. And the National Commissioner had a response to that in that same form. So you had the option at that point to say, I support, because you say, I'm new, I don't know this environment, but this work rightly is work that the murder and robbery unit should be doing, and maybe consideration should be given to that. I think that's what Ms. Hassim is putting to you, that you did have an option on that form to sign and recommend, because you don't want to get into trouble with the National Commissioner, as I understand you, and you don't quite yet have an understanding of what things are like, but you at least know the work that they do, and you know that it falls within the murder and robbery. So you could have said something, but you signed without qualification, which is what causes this debate. But on paper, you had no problem with approving that funding request. You had no problem with it on the documents that you signed.
Yes.
And it's only later that you pick up problems with it.
I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, I think it might be best if I ask your permission to let Ms. Killian address you on the note that was addressed, rather than me addressing it directly.
For the moment, as we get to the news headlines, it's 3:30. Here's Kolofelo Tefu.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good afternoon. In the headlines this hour, President Cyril Ramaphosa says despite criticism from the opposition benches, South Africa is showing clear signs of recovery. He delivered his reply to the State of the Nation Address debate in Parliament this afternoon. Police say they are searching for a firearm allegedly used to shoot a gardener at the home of the son of a former Zimbabwean president in Hyde Park, north of Johannesburg. And the South African Municipal Workers Union has hailed the current City of Tshwane administration for finally implementing the long outstanding 3.5% salary increase owed to municipal workers since 2021. I'll have details on this and other stories at 4.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M2 westbound in central Johannesburg has a crash on the link to the M1 North at Crown Interchange. South Road eastbound in Kramerville has a crash at Burling Avenue and Eskempatleli Drive northbound in Pretoria, queuing towards Moot Street. In KZN, Umgeni Road westbound slow moving through Springfield Park. There's a stationary vehicle on the N3 southbound after Market Road and a stationary vehicle on the N3 northbound after Key Ridge West. In Cape Town, the M5 southbound slow moving towards Racecourse Road. Victoria Road outbound is slow moving through Woodstock, and West Coast Road northbound in Tableview has a crash reported near Sandown Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Chumi, I had a chat with Temba and made the point that Temba and Keys both lost out with Orlando Pirates last night. Temba had a double disaster with Arsenal also dropping points. So very few guys here with Pirate stops around the SAFM SABC studios. There's one Sundown stop I've noticed. But having said that, you don't need to comment. Let's talk about what's going to happen on Sunday. There's a big cricket match on the go then.
Yeah, absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, India say that they can peak at the right time and play their perfect game in the T20 World Cup Super 8s. This is despite opener Abhishek Sharma's poor form. Sharma suffered his third duck in a row as India beat Netherlands by 17 runs to complete a perfect Group A campaign. However, assistant coach Ryan insists that the team is moving in the right direction with contributions from most players and believes that now is the time to step up. India face South Africa on Sunday in a rematch of the 2024 final before taking on Zimbabwe and the West Indies in Group 1, and the top two will advance to the semi-finals. In terms of football, a disappointed Orlando Pirates head coach Abdeslam Wadu says that last night's 2-1 loss to Mamelodi Sundowns is not the end of the world. They still have a long way to go before the Betway Premiership is concluded this season. This top of the table clash produced a result that could have a significant impact on how the league title races unfold. And Sundowns, who have a game in hand, reduce Pirates' lead to just 3 points. But Wadu says that they keep believing.
You know, in football, if you ask me that question when 5 games left, I would be agree with you. But the number of the game that we still have everything can happen, you know. And 13 games, I think I have to say 13 or 14 games. For me, we still have to work to give everything, because you can have many surprises in football. And we have to fight until the end of the league. This is the message that I want to give. The PSL is a very good league with good teams, and this scenario we wanted to avoid it, but it happened, and it's not the end of the world, and we have to keep working and to keep believing.
In the meantime, Angola made a strong start to the COSAFA Women's Championship, defeating Lesotho 3-1 in the opening match. Goals from Makua and Vieira in the first half set the tone, while Lopez rounded off the scoring after the break, and while Lucy netted the lone goal for Lesotho. Next up, Lesotho face Malawi on Saturday, while Angola prepares for a tougher test against defending champions Banyana. Elsewhere, Liverpool striker Alexandra Isak could return by the end of next month to boost the club's push for Champions League qualification. The British record signing has been sidelined since mid-December after fracturing a bone in his lower leg and undergoing an ankle surgery. Head coach Arne Slot confirmed that Isak has started light running and is progressing well, though a full return may only come around late March or early April. In terms of rugby, the Lions and the Sharks meet in Johannesburg on Saturday in their postponed United Rugby Championship clash, with the top 8 spot and the South African Shield on the line. Both sides sit on 24 lock points, but a Sharks win would seal the Shield, while victory for the Lions would cut the gap and keep their hopes alive. Now, the Lions will look look to bounce back from the defeat to the Bulls, while the Sharks arrive on the back of 2 derby wins, with the Lions boasting stronger attacking stats and the Sharks' superior defense. It promises to be a gripping encounter. Then in terms of Olympics, South African alpine skier Lara Mark-Taylor wrapped up her Winter Olympics debut in Italy with a 39th place finish in her second event. Mark-Taylor clocked 52.72 in her first run and 56.95 in her second, for a combined time of 1 minute 49.67 seconds, and that was 7 places better than her result in the giant slalom on Sunday. The 26-year-old's performance marks a promising step forward as she continues to gain experience on the Olympic stage. On that note, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the other hour.
Thanks for that, Shumi. I tell you what, that game on Sunday, and great that it's a Sunday, isn't it? It is going to be a cracker. South Africa versus India.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
What's with the camouflage, Doof? I'm going hunting. Just me, nature, and my most underrated off-roader, a rental car. Hunting? You could fit that little car in your backpack, Doof. I sit in the driver's seat. Baggage at the back, chairs on the roof. The kudu is going to get in and strap its own seatbelt, Savvy. Could do with more legroom, Doof. Go hunt for a new 4x4 at WeBuy Cars. They got great deals. Oh, shot, Savvy.
Don't be doof, be savvy. We buy cars geared for that big trip, geared for you.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
It certainly is the National Pulse. There's a slight adjournment, short one at the Madlanga Commission, which gives me the opportunity to prompt you to connect with me. You can call in live. You can certainly send us a WhatsApp comment as well, right? And there's been comments about what has been covered in the news regarding the son of the former president of Zimbabwe.
A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and your lovely team. You know, this General Sibia is a genuine liar, and what I'm noticing is that sometimes he contradicts himself. With regards to the former Zimbabwe president's son, I'm surprised that he's not being called by his name. Well, if it was me, I would be called by my name. Is he anonymous? I thank you, Lota. Kukombo.
Listen, many people are calling it by the person's name. Others are not. In mainstream media, on social media, there are legal issues about naming people, whoever they may be, without them appearing in court. And that's the story. Yeah.
Good day to you, Ashraf, and the crew and the listeners of SAFM. This is Rob from KZN in Mutu. Sbia Ashraf, I don't know, I've got no words for this guy. I cannot believe that these people are in top management in SABS. This guy fails to answer a simple yes or no. He's forever being reminded to stop moving off the topic and answer the simple question. I think the nerves got the best of him.
It's got the best of him. All right, here's more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ungululego from Epinoni, Kingsway. Ashraf, hi. I've been trying to listen. I've been trying. Tashem, I'm struggling. The General Sibia, Shedrack Sibia, Julius Mkwanazi, and the Senzo Mkunu. Those three, it's the same WhatsApp group. You see, if they were given the awards, the category will be the best explainers. The category will be that, the best explainers. They can explain, Shem. They can explain.
They can explain. They got that right. They know how to do it. Yeah, I hear that.
Ashraf, I absolutely believe that
the same son who has gone down a garden is the one whose mother claimed that her girlfriend had kidnapped her, you know. But the same son ended up telling the truth that he was in a romantic relationship with that Tanya woman. Good afternoon, brother. Housing from Blackfish.
God, goodness, God, that no, the sound's not that great, but I got the gist of what you're saying.
Hi, good afternoon, SAFM listeners. Happy speaking. You know, this is so shameful for the guys that are enjoying life in South Africa, enjoying much of their life. These are former son of Mugabe and most politicians. You check all politicians when they've got a problem, they run to South Africa. They've got houses, big houses, and a stack of bank full of money. But what surprises me, the government have never said anything. Even Operation Dudula, they have never said anything about such things. But they are easy to point a street guy that is painting a house next door to say, hey, go back home. There are a lot of people that are staying here that they have stolen from their country and come and hide here.
Well, listen, that sort of does happen around the world, isn't it? People move from different places. So here we are. We're talking about former president's son on the one hand, and in the UK, we're talking of the brother of a king being arrested. Wow. Madlanga Commission next.
So if you see the date on which I signed, it's much deeper in the year. So I was not aware of that Murray report at that point in time.
So when did you become aware of the Murray report for the first time?
I think I needed a week to read it, go through it, and then sign it. So it will be around about a week.
Around about a week. You weren't aware of the work study that it started in 2019. You weren't aware of the concerns and the proposals that were raised until September, you say, 2024.
Yes, remember I was not in the employ of the subs at that time.
Okay. Chair, I'm going to move to a new topic. So if there are any other questions on the issue of the disbandment and the decision, now is the time. No. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay. So, General, I'd like to move now to post-31 December to the issue of implementation. You said you became aware of the decision when it was circulating on social media.
That's correct.
And, but when did you get official notification?
On the 3rd of January from the Office of the National Commissioner.
And I just want to take you to your letter of 17 January. And that is SS 13, page 205.
These are your files. Where's my files? This one. SS 13.
Page 205. Let me know when you have it.
I have SS 13 here. This is SS 13 of my statement. I don't see page 205. I'm at SS 13, so I'm looking at the other file. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm I can see it. Is it. Then I'm far from the mic, so will it? I'll have to.
Well, you can use your version, and what you can do is just refer to paragraph numbers.
Can I just be assisted so that I focus on the mic? Otherwise, I'm going to face there. I've got it, Chair.
Thank you.
So if you wish to reference any part of this letter, General, you can refer to the paragraph numbers or the page numbers at the bottom. The small page, that's small numbers in the bottom middle of the page. Okay, so this letter you prepared, is that right, on the 7th? Well, this is the letter that you say you prepared with the assistance of General Rabi.
Correct.
And, but you also said that you read the letter and you agreed with all the contents of the letter.
That's correct.
And in paragraph 2 of this letter, in the second sentence, you said this decision, meaning 31 December 2024, was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts. What assessment were you referring to here? Because as we know, you've said there was no review or analysis of the task team. So what assessment are you referring to here?
This letter, I think, must be read in conjunction with the minister's comment on that meeting of the 31st, on the 1st of November, considering the fact that this letter that we are talking about comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, as directed by the National Commissioner, to assist me to craft this thing. So this letter. So even though I signed this letter, I think there is a general agreement and understanding that this letter was signed by the Office of the, comes from the Office of the National Commissioner. So commissioners to be really bound on to certain words and say, what were you meaning? What were you referring to on this document that was prepared by the Office of the National Commissioner? And then saying that I can sign it because it's directed to DIFCOM intelligence. I will respond and I will attempt to respond, but to be fair, this letter, from the very onset, it is known that I am not the author of this letter.
So, again, we have a signature by you on a document that's a lengthy document, but you disavow the authorship of this, the ownership of this letter.
It's
you
not
comment on that.
It's not a difficult question that you are asking. I'm just worried that we all agree that it comes from the Office of the National Commissioner,
well,
and that it can be signed by me. And when I read it and I went through the contents, to me, it was a plan on how to go about in disbanding. I signed it.
I'm not that doesn't sound, it doesn't sound like a full and candid response, General, because what you've said, first of all, let me just say, this letter is not a letter that's prepared like an information note is prepared, and you see who the author is of the note, and then you have a signature that recommends, you know, you endorse it, in other words, a letter that's, a document that's prepared by someone else. It usually then says it's prepared by somebody else. That's the first thing. Right? You agree, this is not that kind of letter. It's not an information note kind of letter where it says it's been prepared by someone else. Right?
It is that kind of a letter that it is prepared by someone, because it was sent to my office from the Office of the National Commissioner.
Well, no, it was draft that you had prepared together with General Rabi. General Rabi was assisting you. That was what you testified to yesterday, and that's what's in your statement, that General Rabi was tasked to assist you to prepare this, and you explained why it would involve General Rabi because of the nature of the letter, etc., and that's completely acceptable. There's no problem with that. But you have to satisfy yourself that you are happy with the instructions that you are giving, because this instruction doesn't come from General Rabi or from the Office of the National Commissioner, it comes from you. It's not on the National Commissioner's letterhead, it doesn't have his signature, only yours.
It goes out, simply put, it goes out as your letter, General.
It's true, Chair.
Signature at the end is yours. You are not recommending to anybody. You are signing a letter that's yours. And even at the top under inquiries is Lieutenant General Sibia. It's your letter.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you. So can I go back to now the contents of this letter and ask you questions about it, because it's your letter?
Yes.
Okay. So the first question I had was, what was the assessment in paragraph 2? What was the assessment that was done that concluded that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts?
That is a question that is based on the. Can we go to the letter that itself that was written by the minister, because I think the words originates from that letter itself.
Okay. So you're saying that this is a reference to the minister's assessment?
I think so. So we need to get to that letter. SS.
Page 198, same file. General, did you find it?
I found it.
That's on 197.
Yes, I found it, Chair. Commissioners. I need to get the one that is written in, because this one is very small font, very small. Either I can see it here or a document, the real document, because this one is, you can't read.
Do we have a version of it?
Yeah. Blow it up a little bit more, please.
Is that
General,
legible?
do you want to look there?
Yes, I can. Yes.
And, you may then indicate whether to scroll up or down. Yeah.
Can I? Let's go to the first sentence. Trust this course. Well, injustices in the first few months towards the end of the year, I have made observations on a number of important aspects on the SABS and policing. For purpose of this letter, I'm focusing on the three aspects that require very urgent attention to address some of the challenges at hand. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Chair and Commissioners, to say I trust this correspondence find you well in this festive season. In the past few months, towards the end of this year, 2024, I have made observations on a number of important aspects on the SABS and policing. For the purpose of this letter, I'm focusing on three aspects that require very urgent attention. Now, we can go to the one of the political killing, number 3. All right? Management Executive Committee meeting later in January 2025. Key reference points to include, but not limited to, the following: a comprehensive analysis of the current challenges of scrutiny. No, this is the port of entry.
It's point 3.
Point 3.
Can you?
I want the one that speaks to political game.
Point 3.
Yes. In 2019, a directive was made to the National Commissioner of Police following the Madlanga Commission report. Even though not flowing directly from such, that an interministerial task force be established, the key mandate was, I don't know whether it's stop, what?
Can I suggest that you go to the next page? It's clearer on the next page. That one, yes.
In 2019, a directive was made to the National Commission of Police following the Madlanga Commission report, even though not flowing directly from such, that an interministerial task force be established. The key mandate was to stop, investigate, resolve unresolved matters of politicians in the country, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. I therefore direct that the political killing task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the Minister by the 20th of January 2025. The final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. So this paragraph, to me, responds directly to the question asked by the evidence leader, I think.
Okay, you say that the assessment that the task team no longer, what you mean is the observation by the minister.
This is the minister saying, this is the observation that the minister made.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's clear. What he had said in his letter was it was an observation. In this letter, you detail steps that need to be taken in order to...
just to go back to the letter...
SS13, it starts in 205.
SS13, all right. You need a big one.
Do you have it, General?
Yeah, I'm back to the same problem, but it's okay. I'll try to hold on.
Well, what's the problem? We perhaps we can assist.
No, because the document that is in front of me...
No, you're looking at the wrong page. It's page 205.
Whoa, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
This is the letter that we began with.
Yes.
Right. We've now dealt with your answer to the question that I asked pertaining to paragraph 2. Okay. And this letter is a detailed set of instructions for compliance with the minister's directive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I just want to ask you some questions based on this. In paragraph 3...
News at 4 with Kolofelo Tefu.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories. The Sawa Ramaphosa reiterates notable improvements in the country, and former South Korean president gets life sentence. Good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa says despite criticism from the opposition benches, the country is showing clear signs of recovery. He delivered his reply to the State of the Nation address debate in Parliament in Cape Town this afternoon. Ramaphosa maintains that progress is not emergent but evident in the key economic indicators and government interventions aimed at stabilizing the country's finances and stimulating growth. In other news, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has put it to suspended National Deputy Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya that the Murray report did not state that the PKTT must be disbanded. Appearing before the Madlanga Commission, Sibiya has used the report to justify the decision to disband the unit. The report recommends that provincial investigative units should be closed down and not task teams. When probed by Justice Madlanga on where the Murray report recommends that the PKTT must be disbanded, Sibiya could not specify.
We see nothing, unless you go back to it and show us, we see nothing that says, PKTT, you are being disbanded. We don't see that. Show us, take us, you said you went through this document overnight and that you did so thoroughly. Show us a decision that says, PKTT, you are being disbanded.
All I can say, Chair, is that in all these documents, re-establishment and this one of evaluations of the implementation of...
You'll take us to others. Let's not be disorganized. You'll take...
Police say they are searching for a firearm allegedly used to shoot a gardener at the home of the son of a former Zimbabwean president in Hyde Park, north of Johannesburg. Two people aged 28 and 33, including the son of the former statesman, have been taken in for questioning following the incident. The 23-year-old victim has been taken to hospital and is in a critical condition. Gauteng Police spokesperson Dimakazo Nebuhuri says cartridges have been discovered at the property.
At the moment, we don't have the firearm, but our dog unit, like I indicated, we do have our dog unit inside. They are searching through, but we did manage to find a cartridge, and that cartridge will be taken in to form part of the investigation.
The South African Municipal Workers Union has hailed the current City of Tshwane administration for finally implementing the long outstanding 3.5% salary increase owed to municipal workers since 2021. However, the union emphasized the responsibility for the delay lies with the previous administration, which failed to honor the agreed wage increase over several years. The increase applies to more than 21,000 employees and will cover basic salaries and benefits, with back pay to be processed from July 2021. Tshwane Regional Chairperson of SAMWU Letlogonola Mapatswe.
We are here sitting in this room trying to fix the mess that has been created by Silas Bank. We are here because we had an administration that did not have the interest of workers at heart. We had an administration that presided over the collapse of the finances of this particular city. We had an administration presided by Brink that only prioritized affluent areas and forgot about townships.
And finally, further fold, the former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been given a life sentence for his failed attempt to impose military rule in December 2024. Yoon ordered troops to storm parliament to drag his opponents out and jail them. He also dispatched soldiers and police to block, inspect and control access to facilities such as the opposition party building. The BBC's Jay Kwan has the details.
Today, the judge was telling him the verdict in the charge of leading an insurrection. He has said that Mr. Yoon is found guilty and that he is going to be sentenced to life in prison with labor. And not only him, his defense chief was sentenced to 30 years and his police chief, who had blocked the entrance of the lawmakers to the parliament, was also given 12 years.
The top story at 4 back home, President Cyril Ramaphosa says despite criticism from the opposition benches, the country is showing clear signs of recovery. Headlines at 4:30 for SAFM News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
In sports this hour, KZN teams chase Nedbank Cup glory and Jones urges SA hockey players to seek overseas opportunities. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 northbound in Bedfordview, slow moving on the link to the N12 East at Giluli's interchange. Bay's Nadir Drive westbound in Rand Park Ridge has a crash reported near Jim Shear Road. In KZN, there's a stationary vehicle on the N3 southbound after Dr. Chota Matola Road and a crash on the N3 northbound after Peter Brown interchange. In Cape Town, Kloof Road outbound slow moving through Tamboerskloof and Victoria Road is slow moving through Camps Bay. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you.
Akudlalwa, kudlalwa ngempela. Amakhosi collides with ezimnyama ngenkani. Soweto will roar. Mzansi will feel it. Only one will rise. Every tackle, every pass, every goal could define the season. This is the Betway Premiership. Lesekazini, forever. Catch the Soweto Derby. Kaizer Chiefs versus Orlando Pirates on Saturday, 28 February at 2 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then at 3:30 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Abafana Bestende are fired up, highly spirited, and determined to book their place in the quarterfinals. But Stellies are pumped up and hungry to triumph away from home. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. More than a number. Catch Golden Arrows versus Stellenbosch FC this Saturday, 21 February at 5:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 2. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I welcome your comments about the goings on at the Madlanga Commission, as well as the news of the story of the a relative of the former president of Zimbabwe, as well as, if you're up for it, the brother of the King of England and that imam, religious leader, being killed last night outside a mosque in Mitchell's Plain on day one of the Ramadan holy month, and there's so much more. Now, in the meantime, just to recap, the person you've been hearing at the Madlanga Commission is Shadrach Sibiya. So let's get right back to the Madlanga Commission.
In the document, guided by the fact that the author of this document, I do own the document, Chair, because I signed it, but as assisted by a person who is dealing with reports in the South African policies, who is at strategic management and who has done organization and work study, and say this is the format that you need for you to have a complete document that actually represent or present a close-up report. It needs to have the following topics. Now, those topics that are written here, we are all guided by an expert in this document, myself and General Kumalo.
Wouldn't this be in a report that is written before the decision is taken?
No. No, because it's not a question of we were all expecting that there will be a document coming that says we're closing down. So nobody would have known that now I need to start writing, preparing the reasons for close up, because we didn't expect this to happen.
But in the normal course, before a decision is taken, wouldn't the decision be underpinned by reasons, and those reasons would be located somewhere before the decision is taken?
It's true. But when I look at the letter of the minister, the few lines that is written in the document itself, the few lines that are written in the document itself, from the minister's point of view, whether as a minister of police, who determines policy for the police, he gives reasons from his own understanding and where he comes from. And now, which means the national commissioner before we get to this point, was in fact the one who was supposed to immediately, when he received this letter, take the same letter, go back to the minister and say, Minister, I want to understand where you're coming from. I don't agree with 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we hold on until I come back? Or make me understand. But the National Commissioner, instead, forwarded it and say, prepare a close-up report. Is already on board by so saying, and say, prepare a close-up report. So this is a late question as far as I'm concerned.
General, this is a letter that you signed and that you send to General Khumalo, and you ask him to give you the reasons for the disbandment of the task team. Does that sound like a reasonable request?
We're not asking him to give us the reason why the task team should be closed. We're saying prepare a close-up report. In your close-up report, it must include the following topics. Where General Khumalo needed to ask a question, it was then for General Khumalo to make necessary inquiries with the office of the ministry or myself and say, General, you just sent me this document. And then how do you expect me to write this when I don't know? Then in my case, I would also have to go back to the minister and say, Minister, General Khumalo wants to know the following, so that we can then provide the reasons. But at this present moment, I'm dealing with a letter that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, brought to me by a strategic management executive manager, who is a general from the National Commissioner's office, and say, the NASCOM says, no, you can sign this thing.
I guess, General, the substance of the question is, as you are writing this letter, I won't bother about referring to General Rabi, is it? Yeah. As you are writing this letter, because it's your letter, what key considerations or reasons did you, as the writer, expect of General Khumalo? It's a simple question.
To me, Chair, I was following the guidelines, the guidance by General Rabi from the Strategic Management Office. And this letter is a letter that I know that even the National Commissioner saw. So as far as I'm concerned, I signed it because it had the blessing of the National Commissioner.
But it goes out under your hand. And in response to a question of mine earlier, you said you accept it's your letter. So bullet 2 of 4.1 is basically written by you, and you are asking for key considerations, which I read to be reasons. So what reasons did you expect of General Khumalo? Because bearing in mind that he did not disband the PKTT.
This letter, Commissioners, as General Ravi wrote this letter, he gave guidance. It's a guideline that says, give us a comprehensive close-up report must be submitted by 16 January, confirming compliance with the aforementioned directives. The report should be structured according to the following guidelines. Now, it gives different topics. It's guidelines. Now, which means you're not necessarily expected to even provide the reasons for disbandment if you don't have them, or if it's something that you cannot write, or you could either write back and say, may I be clarified on the following key issue, so that we are able to then guide you further.
Thank you, General. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you. So it was free to General Khumalo to just not do that if it wasn't something that he was within his knowledge, which, of course, it's not in his knowledge, right?
I suggest so.
Ms. Hassim, it's 4:15. Let us adjourn at this stage.
I have no objection if we continue or adjourn. We're
Now
available.
you want me to look lazy, Ms. Kidman.
I want to stay neutral.
General, should we continue?
Let's pull through. Let's continue.
Okay, let's adjourn at 5 p.m. then. Let's continue.
All right, Chair. So let's continue through the letter. You then request I'm going to move over to the next page, 4.5. Input from key stakeholders in response to the announced disbandment of the task team. For example, comments by NPA and SSA. Now, would there not have been consultation with these key stakeholders prior to the disbandment of the decision to disband?
This letter serves as a guideline and all the necessary important exercises that needs to be done or what needed to be considered or done. Now, in this case, the consultation with key stakeholders was one of the key issues to attend to. And as General Kumalo later indicated in his correspondence that they also made use of this same document. They took certain key topics out of that and then also allocated action plan, and then they allocated such an action plan to the National Commissioner in terms of consultation with stakeholders. But they were all guided from this document.
That doesn't answer my question. My question is, would there not have been consultation with the key stakeholders? And so the input from the stakeholders would be sought prior to the announcement of the disbandment, right?
The answer is really the same answer, because this document, no one expected disbandment, no one expected this letter. There wouldn't have been any prior consultations with nobody, because the answer will remain the same. For as long as we still sticking to wasn't there supposed to be a consultation, the answer is the same.
General, maybe Ms. Hassim as well. If you look at 3.7, paragraph 3.7 at page 207, it says, so this is, as I read this letter, the whole of paragraph 3, it's steps that must be taken, the whole of paragraph 3. And then 3.7 says stakeholder communication. All internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about the disbandment, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocol. That's in 3.7. And then the paragraph that Ms. Hassim is now discussing, 4.5, stakeholder feedback. It is feedback on the task in 3.7. It doesn't answer the question, Ms. Hassim's question, that should there not have been stakeholder engagement before. But I think 4.5 makes sense when you look at 3.7. Because after disbandment, the plan says, now tell all your stakeholders what you're trying.
Deactivation and disbandment, we just leave the Madlanga Commission, but just for a moment. This is the National Pulse.
Abafana Bestende are fired up, highly spirited, and determined to book their place in the quarterfinals. But Stellies are pumped up and hungry to triumph away from home. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. More than a number. Catch Golden Arrows versus Stellenbosch FC this Saturday, 21 February at 5:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 2. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
Is this the last of what we see as action against John Steenhuisen moving forward, or should we anticipate something post-April after the FedEx Council?
So after the FedEx Council, what we must look out for is his Harvard moment. Remember, what happens to somebody who has been the leader of a party? If you are there after an election of a new leader, then it means there's a power apart from the center that must hold the party together that is looming in the periphery, countering whatever message that the leader is putting out. And so when you're thinking just about the optics of having a leader as a loose cannon inside the party, you even see the influence of Helen Zille inside the party when thinking about John Steenhuisen and his leadership. Everybody had doubted every single decision that he takes.
The meeting point. SAFM, in collaboration with the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University, invites you to attend the 7th Annual Social Justice Lecture in commemoration of the World Day of Social Justice on the 20th of February 2026. The 2026 Social Justice Lecture will be delivered by the Right Honourable Baroness Valerie Amos, LGCHPC, Master of University College Oxford, and former Director of SOAS, the University of London, under the theme Illusions of Stability, delivering social justice in a period of polarization and global instability. The lecture will take place at the Baxter Theatre in Rondebosch, Cape Town from 5 p.m. Get your free tickets from Quicket. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, let's get right back to the Madlanga Commission.
The 31st, I see a letter coming through. It will come as a shock, but not surprised, because I know about it. It was once raised. And then my job will be to then call the chair and say, Chair, I see this letter, and I'm surprised or I'm shocked that
You see, you can't avoid saying you are shocked, you are surprised. You can't avoid saying that.
I'm saying
because that's actually what should ordinarily happen in those circumstances. You yourself cannot avoid being shocked or surprised, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No, my advocate warned me and say, don't go for the second time with the chair. Just remain. Once you see he raises something, don't repeat it. So I'm taking a short left now.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. So, that's not unrelated to this letter that we're looking at. And maybe I should cut through, actually. This is your letter. It requires communication with stakeholders. It requires the summary of the reasons for the decision to disband. It requires an analysis of the task team's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction, an account of controversies, a cost-benefit analysis, all of these things. All of the contents, these guidelines that you send to General Khumalo and say, prepare a closing report. All of this points to a report that's trying to justify the decision. Do you agree? All of these items that I've just read out, and you can look at it more closely if you wish to.
May I ask to please repeat the question?
So the guidelines, all of these guidelines that you're talking about, you're saying these are guidelines, and I refer you to some examples. One would be in 4.1, the summary of key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. 4.3, the bullets under operational review of the task team and its effectiveness. 4.4, controversies, any controversies and issues that arose during the task team's operation. 4.5, input from key stakeholders. 4.6, cost-benefit analysis of the task team's operations. 7, legal and compliance review, summary of any legal challenges, compliance or governance issues encountered. 4.7, data and security management. All of this, these that I've read out, are guidelines for a document that is intended to justify the decision.
No. No.
This is not about okay, explain your no before I go to the next question.
It is not an attempt to justify, because remember, this document was not crafted by the minister or myself. The bottom line here is that as much as I am the signatory of this document, it went past the eyes of the National Commissioner. We cannot really take out the National Commissioner from this letter, because it was discussed with him. Even before it got sent to me, it went past his hands. He saw it. It came to me. I own the document because at the ultimate end I had to sign it. But if this document came from General Ravi straight to me, I would take absolute full responsibility. But if it went via the Office of the National Commissioner, brought to my office by a general working with General Masemola, to me, we are both in this thing together. So all I'm saying, Chair, is that I accept the responsibility for drafting this letter, but because of the fact that my commander, my boss, saw it and was satisfied with it. If he saw it and he didn't agree with it, General Sibola was wrong to bring it to my office.
Can I test my observation with you, General? Looking at this document, here is my observation. What it contains is guidelines that are usually followed when you close down a task team or a unit. And in the normal course, all of these things would have happened before the decision is taken, correct?
That is correct.
So that when you then prepare this report and you give them 2 days to submit it, they already have in their possession feedback from the NPA, feedback from the other stakeholders. They already have a breakdown of resources. They already have summary of legal challenges. But if you produce a document like this after the decision is taken, it doesn't make sense, because you're saying to them within 2 days, go to NPA and get NPA's feedback, go to State Security Agency and get their feedback and response. And that's impossible to do it in 2 days.
Before you answer, just to the tail end of that is, the question was, I had asked about the NPA and the SSA, and I said specifically in the context of this task team, because they were part owners of the task team. They had a very serious role to play. They were members of the task team, the SSA and the NPA. So consultation would have been before the decision.
It was a multidisciplinary task team. It was not just the police. It was other disciplines, including NPA, including State Security Agency, including other role players. So the simple observation I make is that in the normal course, how you shut down a task team or a unit, you would have done these things in advance so that when you ask for a closeout report, it can be produced because you have all these things in the normal course.
In the normal course, it is what ought to have happened. Firstly, I want to raise this issue. The fact that I signed it on the 17th, I said I'm raising my hands that I made it was a mistake, and it was the date maybe, I don't know how it happened.
General, stop there. I even gave you a benefit of a doubt and say maybe you were expecting a response by the 20th.
Yes.
Because remember, a report was...
Yes.
So, assuming that 16th is a typo, you were really expecting all these things by the 20th. So you sign it on the 17th. When would anybody get input from NPA, input from SSA, input from all, in a space of 3 days? That's impossible. So hence I say what this document shows, to me at least, not to my co-commissioners, is that you've taken a guideline that is normally used to shut down units and task teams. And you've tried to apply it to a situation where the minister surprised all of you by shutting down a task team without your knowledge. And you're now really trying to do a closeout report after the minister has made a decision.
I accept that, commissioners, and then I want to say that if we all are to accept that this was a guideline, and that was sent to, let's say, General Kumalo, who's the project coordinator. Under normal circumstances, what General Kumalo ought to have done was to look at it and say, it looked like there's a mammoth task here. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done that may take actually 30 days or 2 months. And this is my schedule in complying with the minister's instruction, considering the fact that I think it was a preliminary report or the closer report. It was not the final, because the final report was going to be submitted at a much later close-up report. Even when I spoke to General Kumalo, he did raise these issues. He said to me, General, there are a lot of people that are involved here that must be consulted, and everyone else, and having consulted with everybody, and then the report will include all the information, including the documents that are at court and everything. So it wasn't expected that this thing will close like tomorrow or just by the 20th it will be closed. It wasn't expected like that. But it kick-started the discussions to say that this thing is now closing. So for General Kumalo, all he was supposed to do was to just go and sit down and craft a response that suits what he needs to achieve and how he's going to achieve it, and then present it before the minister or to me, and then I go to the National Commissioner again and say, NASCOM, I received this from General Kumara, and this is how he sees this thing working. And then if we were to then...
And now with Kolofelo.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. In the 4:30 headlines, public sector unions are mobilizing for nationwide protests against the government employees' medical scheme, GEMS. This follows a decision to hike membership contributions by 9.8% this year, with a minor adjustment to 9.5% slated for April. President Cyril Ramaphosa says despite criticism from the opposition benches, the country is showing clear signs of recovery. He delivered his reply to the State of the Nation Address debate in Parliament in Cape Town this afternoon. And beyond our borders, a UN fact-finding mission in Sudan has determined that atrocities carried out against non-Arab civilians by the Rapid Support Forces point to genocide. Details at 5 with Greg Hose. Good afternoon.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N3 southbound in Alexandra is a stationary vehicle at London Road and Bearsnodeer Drive westbound in Fairlands, slow moving towards Wilson Street. In KZN, the R103 Old Howick Road northbound in Pietermaritzburg has heavy traffic towards Hilton Avenue and a stationary vehicle on the N3 northbound at Church Street. In Cape Town, Beach Road eastbound, slow moving through Muizenberg Beachfront and Hilberson Drive southbound in Burgundy Estate, slow moving towards Tygerberg Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Trimi, you've got your eye on the Nedbank Cup.
Yes, KwaZulu-Natal takes center stage this weekend with 3 enticing Nedbank Cup second round ties at Tuze Sports Stadium. Richards Bay FC hosts rivals Amazulu on Friday night before Milford FC take on Mkambati FC on Sunday. In between, Golden Arrows welcome Stellenbosch to Kings Welitini Stadium on Saturday, and no KZN side has ever lifted the trophy, though Amazulu have reached 6 finals without success. Arrows coach Mangoba Mngqiti says it's encouraging to see so many provincial teams at the stage, while stressing the need for pride and defensive focus. In the meantime, FIFA members have confirmed that the organization will discuss the proposal of creating the Prestiani law. Under the idea, players could face sanctions if they deliberately cover their mouths while insulting opponents on the pitch. Elsewhere, Leicester City have lodged an appeal against the 6-point deduction imposed by the English Football League for breaching financial rules. The sanction handed down earlier this month dropped the Foxes into the Championship relegation zone, and 2 successive defeats since they have left them 2 points from safety. Now, Leicester were charged by the Premier League in May for breaching profit and sustainability rules in the 3 years up to 2023-24 season. In terms of rugby, JP Peterson says that his first meeting as interim coach revealed just how much work lay ahead at the Sharks. The former Springbok winger, confirmed as permanent head coach yesterday, recalled being stunned when players struggled to answer his opening questions. Now, Peterson immediately leaned on his leadership group, including new captain Andre Esterhazen, to reset the team's direction and agree on a game plan that matched their strength. And since taking charge in December, Peterson has overseen 5 wins in 7 matches, including 2 statement victories over the Stormers. Finally, in hockey, former South African hockey star Shelley Jones has urged local players to seek opportunity abroad if the country is to become a genuine medal contender on the international stage. Jones, who represented South Africa at 4 World Cups, 2 Olympic Games and 2 Commonwealth Games, believes that regular domestic competition is not enough, stressing that international exposure is very key to bridging the gap with the world's best. On that note, is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Amatax mean business. They have a vivid plan to demonstrate football intelligence and graduates to the quarterfinals. While Babina Noku are ready to take control and call the shots from the first whistle to the last. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. More than a number. Catch University of Pretoria versus Sekhukhune United this Sunday, 22 February at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Then on SABC radio stations at 3 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Let's get those facts and figures with Makwe Masilela. Makwe, you've got news about Goldfields.
Yeah, very good news, Ashraf. Profits more than doubled, driven by record high gold prices and increased output, which allowed the miner to boost dividends and announce a share buyback. Gold prices rose by 60% in 2025, and so far this year by almost 15%. And this encouraged the miner to ramp up production by 18%. And the profits are settled and earnings per share up 116%. And Ashraf, Fed minutes last night gave mixed signals on interest rates, worsening uncertainty over long-term monetary policy. There's heightened geopolitical tensions between U.S. and Iran as U.S. has increased its military presence in the Middle East, and that's despite ongoing talks. It's interesting to see that AI is becoming a major point of uncertainty for central bankers, as the guys were divided over whether this fast-growing industry will either boost or dull inflation, meaning outlook for AI is getting complicated, fact that there's no longer a rush to cut interest rates, and instead rates might be hiked if inflation remains stubborn. That worked in favor of the US dollar, hence we see the rand struggling, oil prices adding to the pressures to the previous session's hefty gains, and is supported by lingering US-Iran tensions and a lack of progress when it comes to Russia-Ukraine peace talks, plus also a draw when it comes to US crude inventories. Brent crude is up 1.8% at $71 a barrel. Gold traders are assessing persistent geopolitical risk and mixed signals from that US central bank minutes. And as we're talking, gold is flat, trading at $4,977 an ounce, but platinum is down 0.9% at 2,068. Ashraf, a rebound in global stocks faded as concerns about a possible conflict between the US and Iran sapped the risk sentiment, with the JSE down just under 1%, dragged mainly by our resources and financials, and the rand fell almost 1% against the US dollar. It's now 16.20, 21.80 against the pound, and 19.05 against the euro.
Right, got all of that. Makwe, thanks for that. Jimmy comes up for an hour of the market updates. That is from 6 to 7 this evening. We'll get to the Madlanga Commission next.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Just to tell you, we have the annual Social Justice Lecture hosted by the Centre for Social Justice, driven by Tuli Maronsel. About the plans just after 5 o'clock. But right now, let's get back to the Madlanga Commission, and you'll hear the voice of Shadrach Sabia.
Just going through the letter.
Okay.
This. May I respond? Yes. In an attempt to make sure that we don't lose track or anything falling in between the cracks, you end up having to tie this thing to somebody to say that now that we are in the process of disbandment, and we are saying if we are saying effective immediately in terms of the disbandment, now we are talking about the issues of the case docket now having to report to go to murder and robbery unit. So that is why in my case I came up with that this effective immediately was just to comply with the instruction of the National Commissioner, and then was to say effective immediately, and then the person who will now be in charge of the workload, it will be the DIFCOM detective services. And those that of intelligence will continue doing their part, reporting to where they belong.
Thank you. Ms. Hassan?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to... You haven't answered the question why you thought it was reasonable. You gave a very long response, but you didn't say why you thought this was a reasonable request to issue this letter with all of these guidelines. And it's not just that it's lengthy, and it's not just that it will take time, but it's that what's being requested is to provide the reasons for a decision from someone who did not make the decision. So I'd like your response on that, because I'm saying to you that's not a reasonable request.
I thought, commissioners, how I responded was that this was a guideline. This was a guideline. And it being a guideline, it needed to be treated as a guideline. Where Commissioner Kumalo, General Kumalo, had a different approach or response to it, or different opinion, he would have also responded as such, in such a way that he also brings his side of the story.
So he could have come back to you to say, this is just not possible to be done, and you, when you sent it, you expected that would be the kind of, that was your expectation.
He has done it before.
It doesn't make sense because it doesn't tally up with what Commissioner Baloy was putting to you about you requesting immediate action on this. Nor does it tally up with the requirement in the minister's letter that a closing report must be provided by 20 January, which was 3 days after you sent this letter. You can comment on that if you wish.
Chair, my mind was still locked into a previous discussion when she was talking. And then when she was talking and said it doesn't make sense and this, and then I'm thinking on certain things. Now she says your comment on that.
Please repeat the question.
I apologize.
No problem, General, no problem.
What I was saying to you, General, is that your last response to me, which is that they're just guidelines, you didn't really expect that it would be done in 3 days. In other words, that was your response to my question, surely this is not reasonable. You said, well, you know, you didn't expect. He could have come back and said it's not going to get done. And I'm saying that doesn't make sense in the light of the contents of this letter, which require immediate action, or in the context of the letter from the minister, which required a closing report on the 20th of January, 3 days after you sent this letter. So that's what I'm saying to you. That's the comment I'm making. That's the observation I'm making about your response to me about reasonableness. And I'm saying to you, do you wish to comment on that?
Yes, I wish to comment. In our world as police officials, it would make sense and it would be easy to comply with. In your world, maybe from where you are coming from, it's something that may need to take 6 months, but in our world, if I give an instruction, it can be done in 3 days. It can be done in a week. It can be done in 2 weeks. So, as far as I'm concerned, there has been instances where they say, this must happen by tomorrow 8 o'clock, and it happens. And the rest will follow. This is how it works in the police, maybe even in the defense. But it does not necessarily make it create a situation where we can say it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you're saying it's reasonable within the police service. This is how SAPS works. It's reasonable within the SAPS to send a request to a person for reasons for a decision that that person never took. Because that's what this is. It's saying, give us the reasons. It's a whole report that justifies everything up until 4.8 of this letter, the bulk of this letter, 4 pages, is a report.
To consult with stakeholders, and we're talking SSA and NPA, it takes one telephone call or one email that says you don't need to go meet each and every prosecutor on the ground. What happens is that from General Masemola, the National Commissioner, as it was his responsibility task there, he was just going to meet, let's say, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, or send me to go meet the DPP, or send the provincial commissioner to say, go meet your counterpart, the DPP there, and discuss this matter of the national commissioner. Now, that can be done to say what that
moment, but I can assure you we'll be right back.
This
This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAFM.
In that 4.9 supposed to happen? Practically, what would have happened?
A detailed implementation plan for the orderly disbandment of the task team, steps for transferring or archiving of data, reallocating resources, and managing personnel transitions. And this is what I think I see also in that action plan that was crafted by both General Kumalo, that was submitted to the minister and approved by the minister partially, where they said, on this date we are going to do this, on this date we are going to consult with stakeholders, on this date we are going to hand over the dockets, and this date we are going to write the final report.
So that's what you were contemplating in 4.9?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move off this letter, Commissioners, unless there are any questions from...
Perhaps let's start a new topic tomorrow. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
This is Tula Sizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief.
Zelma has a theory that the reason why you sounded a bit muzzled for the first 2 hours and the first part of this report is because you were multitasking. You were busy in front of the mirror. This is Zelma's theory, okay?
Busy in front of the mirror, definitely not in front of the
I'm hearing from Zelma that you were muzzled because you were holding your phone with your ear while you were busy applying makeup and doing mask. That's Zelma's theory.
Zelma has it wrong. Yes, I was multitasking, but I did not have a mirror. In fact, I'm using another device.
Oh my goodness.
I'm using another device, and so even shy. Technology was. Hey.
I see. All right, darling. Thank you for that.
Tula Sizwe Simelane on SAFM. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Mr. Ashraf, how's it, Boza? Yeah, the circus is playing there at Madlanga Commission. Yeah. My surprise is how can we be led, or how can those people like that be given a senior position in such a critical department? Yeah, South Africa is another country, man. Yeah, that guy of Mugabe, I think that's how they grew up. They don't take anyone seriously. His father was there for how many decades? Anyway, look at how Zimbabwe is looking. He's used to that thing to not be held accountable. JT in the East trend.
Hey, good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon, Ashraf. Sevilla, he's so invasive. He is so invasive and dark and diving, but I'm telling you, you know, Commissioner CC Baloyi, she knows to get her way into somebody to speak the truth. He calls the truth unaware because the way she's questioning him, she can see he's ducking and driving. She said, "No, let me take over." Then she questioned him in a way that he will just admit, hey, I'm telling you, this woman, tops, man.
Ashraf, good afternoon, and to all the SFM listeners. Look, Ashraf, I think it's now high time that whoever has got evidence against whoever, they produce it, and the people who are supposed to investigate, and those who are supposed to be arrested, they must be arrested. You know, it's really annoying listening to Shadrach Sibiya peddling lies the way he does, and because you can just hear it. He went there telling himself that he's going to deny, and blame. It's really, really annoying. I think it's high time, really, that whoever has got evidence, they must just bring it on, and whoever has to be, prosecuted, and then it just happens like that. That's all.
Well, there we are. You know, I think the one thing we must all agree that it is certainly, even amongst the skeptics, it has certainly enlightened us, hasn't it? Haven't you learned quite a bit about the commission compared to other people, compared to what you didn't know before? Let's see if we can play. There's a few more WhatsApps we'll play before we get to the news. By the way, we'll chat to Tuli Maronsela after the news, right? Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I sleep here in Jimistin. Can we at least forgive CB and Julius Mkwanas and arrest the son of the former president of Zim who just shot someone here? Can we at least forgive those guys and arrest this one and lock him up? He cannot come here in South Africa after they ruined Zim, then come and do whatever they please here.
Okay, well, there we are, and here's another.
Hi, Ashraf. I'm Tankolo Vengeni in Matatel. Shame. CB. Oh, shame. He's trying. But even a child can see that he's protecting Mkhun. He's just protecting Mkhun. He's exposing himself to the country and to the commissioners that he's a big liar. Thank you.
Okay, protecting to what end, I may think, eh?
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Hey, Ashraf, it's bad, you know. It was bad, now it's worse. These guys, they just don't want to take responsibility of their failures. It's just bad. I mean, South Africa is being run by the mafias. They run him behind closed doors, parks, everywhere in cars, parking lots. That's how they run South Africa now. There's no jobs, no job creation. Kids are suffering in school, but here mafias are running the country. Shame South Africa, shame. Sibia, can't wrong to my child.
Well, that seems to be the norm. Like, go, Chile. Right, I'll tell you what, so we're going to, we'll chat to Prof. Maronsela coming up in a few minutes' time. But first things first, the news at 5 with Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Unions to stage protest over GEMS hike, and a UN report finds cases of possible genocide in Sudan. Good day to you. Public sector unions are mobilizing for nationwide protests against the government employees medical scheme, or GEMS. This follows a decision to increase members' contributions by 9.8% this year, with a minor adjustment to 9.5% in April. Federations, including COSATU, SAFTU and FADUSA, believe the scheme has abandoned its mandate of affordability They'll lead a massive nationwide march to the GEMS offices in Pretoria next week. Fedusa's Joseph Mashigo.
The concern is that this is not just 9.5% that we're looking at in isolation. We are looking at the increase that has accumulated over time, because in 2025, and that is not even looking way back to other years, but if we are to take it from 2025 itself, GEMS implemented an increase of 13.4%. Now, when you add that to the increase of 9.8%, which was revised from February to 9.5%, we are talking of around 23% increase. Now, that is a very high increase.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says despite criticism from the opposition benches, South Africa is showing clear signs of recovery. He delivered his reply to the debate on his State of the Nation address in Parliament.
We have seen promising signs of recovery. Whether people like it or not, it has been there. Whether people think it's an illusion, it has been there. Whether people think we've turned the corner or not, they are blind, because we are turning the corner. That is where we are. We see this, yes, in steps that we are taking to reduce unemployment and accelerate growth. We see the signs of recovery in improved public finances and lower inflation and growth.
Some political parties have raised concern that Parliament's ad hoc committee looking into concerns of national security is causing serious delays in the work of some portfolio committees. The parties in Parliament are especially concerned about the Justice and Constitutional Development Committee as well as the Police Portfolio Committee. The ad hoc committee has already been granted 2 extensions, with its third deadline for the end of next month. The DA's Chief Whip, George Michaelakis.
Our members on that committee have given me a report to say that with the exception of their strategic planning since the second quarter of last year, that committee has hardly met. I do think that the ad hoc committee at the moment might have an effect on it. However, I do see that the legislation that they are processing is not moving forward, and that the bodies that they have to oversee in the Justice Committee are incredibly important.
The N1 north of Louis Trichardt in Limpopo has been partially opened following a bus crash in which 5 people were killed. The lanes are being opened interchangeably to allow vehicles to pass, while emergency services continue to remove the wreckage of the bus. Provincial traffic services say this temporary measure is intended to ease traffic congestion on the N1. A UN fact-finding mission in Sudan has determined that atrocities carried out against non-Arab civilians by the Rapid Support Forces point to genocide. The paramilitary group captured the city of Al-Fasher in Darfur last year. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher has more.
This is the closest the UN has come to declaring that genocide is being carried out by RSF fighters in Darfur in the current conflict. The fact-finding mission said the ethnic targeting of the population in Al-Fasher was so systematic and brutal that it bore some of the hallmarks of genocide. That included deliberate efforts to physically destroy a targeted population through mass killings, sexual violence, starvation and destruction. In this case, members of non-Arab African tribes, particularly those defending the city from the Arab militias of the RSF. RSF leaders have previously admitted some violations occurred, but said the extent of the atrocities was exaggerated.
Top story, public sector unions are mobilizing for a nationwide protest against the government employees' medical scheme. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Goss.
In sports, the Sawa Cup ruled out of ODI series against Pakistan. Playoff race heats up as Lions host Sharks in URC clash. An SA relay team confirmed for World Indoors. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound queuing towards Boysons, Catherine Street in Sandton has delays at Grayston Drive, and Sefako Mogato Drive westbound in Pretoria has a crash reported at Veronica Road. In KZN, the M7 westbound queuing towards Bellville Road exit, the M4 northbound queuing towards Virginia Airport, and the M1 Higginson Highway westbound in Chatsworth queuing towards Westcliff exit. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound slow moving towards Bunga Avenue, the N1 outbound is slow moving towards the M5 Kuburg interchange, and Swartklip Road in Khayelitsha slow moving towards Govan Beki Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world, to stories that inspire, move and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up. S3.
The safety and well-being of learners is a shared social responsibility. Parents and guardians play a critical role in ensuring safe, reliable, and lawful scholar transport. Parents are therefore urged to take responsibility for the following. Parents should ensure that learners are on time and ready for collection to prevent unsafe driving practices such as rushing, unscheduled stops, or overloading. By working together, parents, operators, and authorities can protect learners and build a culture of safety on our roads. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so let's now talk about, in fact, I've been telling you I'm going to Cape Town tomorrow, and that's because of the 7th Annual Social Justice Lecture, which is really put together by the Centre for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. And the Centre for Social Justice is driven by Professor Thuli Madonsela. And SAFM, I think we're looking forward to partnering that event. So what we'll do is tomorrow we'll be there physically at the Baxter Theatre. Do come along and say hi. And then covering, well, the preview and the actual lecture itself. But let's find out exactly what's it all about and what are the big takeouts we need to learn from it. With me is Professor Thuli Madonsela, Director of the Centre for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University. So, Prof. Thuli, good to chat to you once again on the National Pulse.
Thank you for the privilege to be on the National Pulse. Ashraf, and I'm sorry about yesterday. Speaking to the listeners.
These things happen, not to worry, right? At least we're talking today. So, on the eve of this annual lecture, and I see it's the 7th annual lecture, maybe let's go back to run through who's been in the previous 6. I'm not sure if you can remember all of them, but clearly to give us a sense of the gravitas of this lecture.
Oh, the lecture is one of the premier events at Stellenbosch University as part of the university's commitment to advancing social justice, which is in its strategic plan. And it really is about cultivating social justice scholarship by bringing the best of the best who have a view on social justice and who have a footprint on advancing fairness, justice, and equity, which of course has an overlap with human rights, because where there's social justice, there's human rights. Human rights are an instrument to do that. So we're so excited and privileged to have Baroness Valerie Amos to do this.
Tell us, okay, I'll tell you what, your line's crackling a bit. Let's just see if we can just reconnect you, and we'll do that right now.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse. SAFM in collaboration with the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University, invites you to attend the 7th Annual Social Justice Lecture in commemoration of the World Day of Social Justice on the 20th of February 2026. The 2026 Social Justice Lecture will be delivered by the Right Honourable Baroness Valerie Amos, LGCHPC, Master of University College Oxford and former Director of SOAS, the University of London, under the theme Illusions of Stability, delivering social justice in a period of polarization and global instability. The lecture will take place at the Baxter Theatre in Rondebosch, Cape Town from 5 p.m. Get your free tickets from Quicket. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, I think the line should be fixed up now. Once again, Prof. Tuli Maronsela with us. Right. So you spoke about the speaker. Tell me more. I mean, how do you go about choosing a speaker, and in this case, the Baroness herself?
Right. You have to be a luminary, a global luminary on public policy design, but having a proven record of being committed to matters of justice, particularly social justice and equity. So it's been given by the likes of Dennis Davis, Aldi Sachs, Kollega Galega, the current public protector, and many, Yasmin Suka, and quite a number. We choose somebody who has an interest in social justice, but also who has worked on these matters enough to understand what is social justice truly, and what are the greatest social justice challenges of our time, and what could be done. For example, the Baroness has chosen to look at stability, and she calls it illusions of stability, delivering social justice in a period of polarization and global instability. And she's really hit the nail on its head about where we are, where people think you can create stability through force. It's like putting your foot on someone and calling that peace. But they'll keep trying to kick that foot away, and which means you can't move forward because you have to sit on them. But eventually they'll kick your foot off.
Certainly.
Yes.
Well, I suppose that point about illusions would suggest to me already that you would have to draw in the global experience, because we are experiencing that in all the hotspots of the world. What is factual and what is an illusion, and what is driven as illusion, driven by some of the key global leaders in the world, right?
Absolutely. Social justice has always been about the search for peace, starting with the 19th century, where these Catholic priest came up with the concept of social justice in 1843. So it was always about how do we live together in a more cohesive manner and peace. And these people thought one of the reasons, if not the key reason, this social instability is when we are unfair to some of us or unjust to some of us, when the fruits of what we produce together are not distributed fairly. And so they didn't mean they should be distributed the same way, but it had to be equitably. And after the Second World War, the League of Nations arrived at the same conclusion. We need social justice to avoid war again. Unfortunately, the lesson was not learned. We had a Second World War, and now we have instability again. But some think they're stable. That's why I'm excited to find out what the Baroness sees as illusions of stability.
Do I take it then, at this point in time, what we're experiencing globally is a state of social injustice? And if you agree with that, how then do we move from a social injustice state to a social justice state?
Well, we need transformative justice at this stage, because when the concept was invented, social justice was a distributive concept, which is let everyone be treated fairly. But now we've treated some people so unfairly for too long. So you'd have to firstly treat people fairly, sort of like what you call equality, anti-discrimination. But in addition to not discriminating, you'd have to take some measures to lift those who have been left behind on account of social economic status, race, gender, disability, geography, etc. You would have to build inroads for a society of equals. Because as long as there's injustice somewhere, we're fooling ourselves when we think we have stability.
Let's then just talk about the choice of the Baroness this time round. Why her? Why now?
Well, she was chosen because, number one, she is a distinguished scholar and leader. As you can see in her CV, at the moment, she is the head of Oxford College. It's called here the Master of Oxford College, but that's similar to a Vice Chancellor of Oxford College. She has been the head of SOES, where our colleague Adam Habib is now the director. She has been with the UN and heading the humanitarian efforts there. I met her for the first time here in South Africa when she assisted us as we were drafting the Employment Equity Act. So I do know her. So it may well be that there was also just a link. Somehow she was with Bridget. She was with our sister Bridget Mutsipe.
Okay.
And somehow we reconnected. But I know thousands of people, so we don't just invite anyone. We invite somebody who has a message that needs to be heard. And as you can see, her message is not just social justice in the workplace. Let's have a just wage in the workplace. She's talking about social justice within communities and between communities. And you spoke about the world being unstable. It is unstable within communities, and it is unstable between communities or between countries. And we are on the verge of the collapse of global governance if it hasn't collapsed already. So hopefully she'll talk about those things. But I don't have sight of his speech yet.
Okay, well,
I just know some of it.
What I'd love is post her speech, if not tomorrow, even on the Monday, to maybe talk to her about her speech itself. I mean, that's an invitation to her. That would just be fabulous if we can talk about just that, right? So I'll leave that invitation to her. But here's the thing from your side. This being the seventh lecture, the seventh social justice lecture, what impact are you hoping to have when you have this lecture every year? I mean, there's got to be a bottom line and end goal for the lecture itself that ties in to the Center for Social Justice.
Thank you. The first thing, the impact we've wanted is for people to understand that social justice is one of the pressing challenges of our time. So to be concerned about it and to be agents of change to fix it. Two, we need them to understand what is social justice. And it starts with the etymology. Instead of people confusing social welfare with social justice, they have to understand that it goes to the heart of how do we deal with each other. Are we fair? Just the crux of it is simply fairness. If you just want to reduce it to is it fairness in everything, fairness in who do we respect, fairness on who we grieve, fairness on who do we provide human rights to, fairness in how we include people in the whole economy, not in just little jobs down there, in the entire economy.
I suppose, as you said, it's almost like sharing the harvest, as you've suggested, or can we all get a seat at the table? I mean, that would be the manifestation of that. Now, one thing that's going to happen is tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow. You know, the show will be there, and that's part of a fabulous collaboration between SAFM as well as the Center for Social Justice, right, at Stellenbosch University. Well, just as we wrap up, Prof. Thuli, how important is that for you? The fact that SAFM is lending its support to it to amplify what will be at a theatre to a national audience?
It's beyond important, and SAFM is part of the national broadcaster, and its reach, it goes to the rich people and to those who are struggling economically. So it reaches everyone, and it's getting all of us talking. I cannot thank you enough for the partnership we've had with you. You've embraced social justice. You are a social justice champion. Apart from just being a member of the Council of Social Justice champions, you are. So for us, it's important in that it reaches everyone. It gets people talking. It gets people to identify areas where fairness is needed in their lives, where they themselves can provide fairness, but also it gives them tools to ask for fairness where they feel they're being treated unfairly.
I tell you what, let's leave it at that from the fairness and unfairness, and we'll have more conversations about that tomorrow in person, I'm sure, at the actual event, the 7th Annual Social Justice Lecture. Prof. Tuli Moronsela, much appreciate your time here on The National Pulse.
Amatats mean business. They have a vivid plan to demonstrate football intelligence and graduates to the quarterfinals. While Babina Nuku are ready to take control and call the shots from the first whistle to the last. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 16. More than a number. Catch University of Pretoria versus Sekhukhune United this Sunday, 22 February at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Then on SABC radio stations at 3 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sports.
In 2025, Liberty paid out 48 million rand in education cover claims to 755 families, meaning...
So many kids still went to school?
Correct.
Even when the dog ate their homework?
Yep.
What if it rained so hard that even fish needed raincoats?
School's still on.
But why?
Because there's no negotiation when it comes to protecting your child's tomorrow, even if you become disabled or pass away. Get education cover today. Liberty, in it with you. Liberty Group Limited, a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP and part of the Standard Bank Group. T's and C's, risks and limitations apply.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, so comments on, we'll take your calls, so WhatsApp comments on the conversation with Prof. Tuli Moronsela in terms of your understanding of social justice and ahead of the lecture tomorrow, this issue of, effectively global illusions. Feel free to just add your thoughts on that, as well as the Madlanga Commission and everything else we've been talking about, right? But let's move on to another issue. Employment and Labour Minister Noma Nkosazana Meth and the Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi will do this tomorrow. They preside over a ceremony in Attridgeville in Pretoria to formally activate over 1.5 billion rands in labour activation programs, contracts that is, to companies in the Gauteng province. Let's try and understand what that really means. With me is the Employment and Labour Ministry's spokesperson, Tobeka Matngai. Thank you for your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having us, Ashraf. Good afternoon to you and the listeners on the show.
Thank you indeed, Ryan. So explain how would this roll out? I mean, I see a figure of 1.5 billion that excites me, and I see a rollout of activation programs. Explain that.
All right. So the Labour Activation Program is a flagship program of the Department of Employment and Labour. It's driven by the ministry. And what it seeks to achieve is to put young people into training opportunities and ultimately to secure employment for them. So we've been rolling this program nationwide. We started in the Western Cape last year, and we've rolled out to 5 provinces so far. In 2026, we are kickstarting now with Gauteng, and we'll move to the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Northern Cape.
Okay, and give me the bottom line to this. I mean, what would you ultimately want to achieve?
So what we really want to achieve is high impact training and work opportunities. We want to equip the participants with industry aligned skills and place them directly into the workplace. And also this is just to, address the unemployment rate. And we've seen, Ashraf, in Gauteng, the unemployment rate stands at 33%. When it's extended, it's at 34%. So that means that additional people that could be available for work but probably not looking. But officially, 33% is the unofficial rate in Gauteng. So what will happen is that what will happen tomorrow is that we have 31 companies that we will hand over contracts to. They will sign a contract with the department, and they will be given or allocated a specific amount. So the amount varies depending on the duration of their training, as well as the number of beneficiaries that they will be able to absorb. And in Gauteng, in totality, we're looking at absorbing 30,876 unemployed work seekers. So the 1.5 billion is the value of the entire contract for the 31 companies who will sign a contract with us tomorrow.
Okay, and how are these companies then identified?
So these companies, what we do, the UIF would then place an advert and call on companies to come on board and avail themselves to place young people into training and work opportunities. They undergo a vigorous selection process, and part of the selection criteria is that they need to commit that following the training, they will put the young people to work.
So, I mean, would that be very different to, for example, the YES program, the Youth Employment Service program initiated by the president?
It's not so much different because slightly, but all these programs ultimately have one goal, and that's to put young people into employment. With the LAP initiative, the young people undergo training, and the companies, as we've said, they need to then guarantee to us that they will place the young people into workplace opportunities. With the YES program, it does vary. For example, with the Basic Employment Initiative, the educators would be trained for that specific time, and they might not get absorbed after the contract. However, with the labor activation program, the companies must commit to placing the young people into workplace.
And the overall point, I mean, you made the point about giving the numbers about Gauteng's unemployment rate. Clearly, the Nationals hugely problematic, as you know, right? I suppose that the big issue is that do we agree that a whole lot more needs to be done, and for us to be far more innovative than what has been happening up to now to effectively break the complete mold, so we don't have this conversation about 30% plus unemployment as we've been having all the last few years?
Yes, indeed, Ashraf, we do agree. And we also agree that we need to act fast as well. So the department does have several programs to help stimulate job creation. The LAP is one of them. We also then support the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. We have, through the Productivity SA, which has an agreement with the UIF, Unemployment Insurance Fund, partnered with, on a business turnaround recovery program. This initiative assists businesses that are struggling, that are facing bankruptcy, that they can then approach us and they undergo a business turnaround program. And we try to save jobs through that initiative. And Ashraf, in Q3 of 2025, the business turnaround recovery has managed to save 6,956 jobs. And since 2020, the program has managed to save 35,000 jobs. So there is a lot that, as Employment and Labour, we are doing as part of job creation as well as job preservation.
Okay, let's leave it at that on a high. That is, looking forward to seeing how all of this rolls out, well, starting tomorrow and beyond that labour activation program with 1.5 billion.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time, Rebecca. Thanks, much appreciated, right? Okay, there we are. Your thoughts on that and these various labour activation programs at different levels, and how are they working? Not just this one, but others too. You may share your own thoughts about this key issue. How do you move from being unemployed, a nation of unemployed people, 30% at least, to a nation of employed people? 5:30, here's the news headlines with the employed Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. Employed for now, at least. In the headlines, President Ramaphosa has taken a swipe at the DA, cautioning against what he describes as attempts to claim collective government achievements for party political gain. Public sector unions are mobilising for nationwide protests against the government employees' medical scheme. And Britain's King Charles says he's learned with deepest concern of the arrest of his brother, former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound slow moving towards Omonde, the M1 southbound in Houghton Estate queuing towards Rivera Road, and Christina de Wit Avenue southbound in Pretoria queuing towards Euphues Road. In KZN, there's a massive storm reported across parts of Pietermaritzburg, so please reduce your speeds and drive with absolute care in these affected areas. The M7 westbound queuing towards Bellville Road exit, and the M1 Higginson Highway westbound queuing towards Westcliff exit. In Cape Town, the M7 Jakes Gerwel Drive southbound slow moving towards the R300 interchange, Durban Road eastbound in Mowbray slow moving towards Lesbeek Parkway, and Klipfontein Road eastbound in Sabran Park slow moving at Jan Smuts Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Okay, Chumi, what's top of your agenda? You've had like so many competing interests.
Well, we start things off with cricket this hour, where Proteas woman all-rounder Marizanne Kapp has been ruled out of the upcoming ICC Women's Championship one-day international series against Pakistan, which is set to take place from the 22nd of February to the 1st of March due to an illness. Kapp experienced discomfort shortly after completing her spell during the first innings of the third T20 in Benoni on Monday. And after further medical assessments, the Proteas women medical team have opted to rest her as a precaution. DP World Lions bowling all-rounder Faye Cowling has received her maiden national call-up after impressing at last month's national training camp in Tshwane. In terms of football, KwaZulu-Natal takes centre stage this weekend with 3 enticing Nedbank Cup second-round ties at Umhlatuze Sports Stadium. Richards Bay FC hosts rivals Amazulu on Friday night before Milford FC take on Mkhabati FC on Sunday. In between, Golden Arrows welcome Stellenbosch to Kingswelithini Stadium on Saturday, and no KZN side has ever lifted the trophy, though Amazulu have reached 6 finals without success. And Arrows coach Manqoba Mngqithi says that it's encouraging to see so many provincial teams at the stage, while stressing the need for pride and defensive focus. Elsewhere, Liverpool striker Alexandra Isak could return by the end of next month to boost the club's push for Champions League qualification. The British record signing has been sidelined since mid-December. This is after fracturing a bone in his lower leg and undergoing ankle surgery. Head coach Arne Slot confirmed that Isak has started light running and is progressing very well, though a full return may only come around late March or early April. In terms of rugby, the Lions and the Sharks meet in Johannesburg on Saturday in their postponed United Rugby Championship clash, with a top 8 spot and the South African Shield on the line. Both sides sit on 24 points, but Sharks win would seal the Shield, while victory for the Lions would cut the gap and keep their hopes alive. The Lions will look to bounce back from their defeat to the Bulls, while the Sharks arrive on the back of 2 derby wins. With the Lions boasting stronger attacking stats and the Sharks' superior defense, it promises to be a gripping encounter. In terms of golf, 5-time champion Rory McIlroy says that he relishes the challenge of playing at the Genesis Invitational as the historic course celebrates its centenary. McIlroy highlighted the complex greens and swirling winds as key tests, noting that the layout could become even more strategic if the event moved later in the year to firmer summer conditions. Finally, in athletics, Athletics South Africa has confirmed the country's 4x400 meter relay team that is going to compete at the World Athletics Indoor Championships in Poland next month. Athletics South Africa has requested their inclusion earlier this month, and the international body has now approved the entry, naming South Africa as the number 1 seed. The event will form part part of the preparation for the team's defense of their World Relay crowns in Botswana, and ASA are very confident that the squad has a strong chance of a victory. On that note, it is a wrap from my side. Ke nna Tumen Kgapele, Modimo.
Get Spar super savings at every store, in every aisle, every day. Buy Pampers Active Baby Nappies or Nappy Pads Value Pack for $169.99. Save 79 Rand. Or 175-gram Lifebuoy Hygiene Soap. Buy any two for 26. Save 14 Rand. Now that's super savings. Prices valid from 9 till 22 February. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
This February, fall in love with a blockbuster that defined a generation. Courage, survival, rebellion. The world of Panem returns. Every moment, every battle, every choice. Settle in for the ultimate movie night with The Hunger Games. Back on your screen where it belongs. The Hunger Games, Sundays at 7 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
Is this the last of what we see as action against John Steenhuisen moving forward, or should we anticipate something post-April after the FedEx Council?
So after the FedEx Council, what we must look out for is his Harvard moment. Remember, what happens to somebody who has been the leader of a party? If you are there after an election of a new leader, then it means there's a power apart from the center that must hold the party together that is looming in the periphery, countering whatever message that the leader is putting out. And so when you're thinking just about the optics of having a leader as a loose cannon inside the party, you even see the influence of Helen Zille inside the party when thinking about John Steenhuisen and his leadership. Everybody had doubted every single decision that he takes.
The meeting point.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
So in that conversation with Prof. Tully, she reminded us after the conversation that the link to the Baxter Theatre is very intentional because it's a plan to draw the link between social consciousness and the arts, right? And part of that link, they're supporting the current show by the iconic Greg Makoma titled Genesis, which will be watched immediately after the social justice lecture. So every reason for you to get there. Now, as you know, part of that, the lecture itself is all about illusions. And therefore, the next point from Jimmy Muyaha and his show coming up, SAFM's Market Update. You want to talk about the USA perhaps losing its global influence? So, yeah, we are. The link is obvious.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to our SAFM listeners. We're going to be taking a look at this in the context of what we know about the United States, what has happened and what has been unfolding since the second term of President Donald Trump. And we're going to speak to a former U.S. ambassador to Africa around it. Who better to give us some insights than an ambassador from the United States, or former ambassador in this case, who was deployed into the African continent. We're going to speak to a gentleman by the name of Charles Stith, and get his thoughts on what the current U.S. landscape looks like and what that potentially means on the global scale. We're also going to reflect on some comments made by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, on South Africa in particular. We know we've got our budget speech set for next week, Wednesday. The IMF, ahead of that, has made a very clear statement saying that South Africa would need to establish a fiscal rule to manage its debt, and we would benefit from that establishment. So giving an indication of perhaps what they might want to see from the budget speech on Wednesday. We're going to speak to Chief Economist at Rand Merchant Bank, Madlanga, around that. We're also going to have a conversation with the team at Liberty in the form of the lead specialist for research and insights and economist at Liberty around the budget speech as well, and get their thoughts from their perspective around what it is they're looking forward to from next week's budget speech. We also have a conversation with the chief executive of Kumba Iron Ore around the results that they tabled today. They gave us an update on their full year's performance for the year ended December 2025. So we're going to see how that company fared amidst all of the challenges that they had to contend with, or the market conditions they had to deal with. And then because it's Thursday, we're going to wrap up the show with an SME of the week. We're going to spotlight another small business. I've got this week's small business joining me in studio to discuss how they've built their business and what it is that they do. So stick around for that. Before those conversations, though, a sense of market movements throughout the day. It's seemingly a calmer day today, but I want to say that it looks as though much of the same for what we've been seeing throughout the week. The Brent crude price, sadly, is above $70 a barrel, $71.75 at the moment. Silver, $79 a fine ounce. The gold price, $5,020 a fine ounce. Platinum, $2,082. Palladium, $1,074. The gold price back above $5,000 in rand terms puts it back above 2.6 million rand, with the rand being at 16 rand 15 cents. Not where we want to see it against the US dollar, but a little stable considering where we have been of late. The euro, 18 rand 99, 1 British pound, 21 rand 73, 1 Australian dollar, 11 rand and 39 cents. 1 Bitcoin, for anyone interested, $66,300 a Bitcoin, or in rand terms with that slightly weaker rand, 1,073,000. So still better off than where it was this time yesterday, ever so slightly, probably about 20,000 rand better off there. If we look at equity markets before we go, international markets are by and large in the red, especially in the case of European markets. The biggest loser in European markets was the DAX in Germany, down a full percent. The FTSE in London not far behind, 0.75% in the red. South African markets didn't fare much better. Resource stocks down 0.8%, industrials down 0.5%, and financials down 0.33%. The all share overall down a little over 0.5%, with the top 40 down 0.6%. I have Nick Kunz of Sanlam Private Wealth joining me on markets a little later on. We're going to get a sense of perhaps why markets had a bit of a red day after such a green day yesterday. But this does seem to be a recurring theme, where markets up one day, down the next day, perhaps some profit taking still in the market. We'll see how he's reading the markets and how markets could potentially be performing ahead of next week's all-important budget speech. But that conversation, of course, comes up after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
And I'll be listening in. The USA losing its global influence. What a conversation that's going to be. Thanks for that, Jimmy. 6 to 7 on the SAFM Market Update.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so the Madlanga Commission adjourned until tomorrow, but it means it's time for us to talk to you. You're on the Pulse. By the way, all the conversations we have podcasts of them, and you can pick them up, including, for example, last week's with Party Lahotla, last week Friday's Fireside Chat, all available, safm.co, so check it out under podcasts.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. See, that is why we always complain about these foreign nationals. They are coming here from their stinking country and coming in South Africa and become kings. Now they are shooting people in South Africa. I want to see MK, EFF, Operation Tudula making protest or march against this, because if this was done by the white, there would be marches and chaos. They must do the same. Thank you.
But why would you call it a stinking country? That's not respectful, if I heard you correctly. And the other part, when you say they come here and shoot, actually one person did that. And it's not like South Africans also don't shoot South Africans. We do it every single day, sadly so.
Good day, Ashraf. It's Manuel from Western Cape. I just want to find out, in this CBR guy, is it so difficult for the management or the president to move him to another sector or department or position on the basis of putting the organization into disrepute or something like that? Because in a normal organization, if you are being a problem, they move you to another department. Why can't they move him?
Well, nobody's going to do it in while you're in a commission, are you? I mean, like as you do it like a weekend special, if you get my point. It's not going to happen like that. But I think what must happen, what will come out of this, is some serious recommendations, which if government does not listen to, then the credibility would be lost forever.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Sosbu here at Soshanguve. Ashraf, I have a big problem with the South African media houses. If there is a South African suspect appear in court, the world will know everything about them, their names, their surnames, their whereabouts. But foreigners are not exposed like South African. Every foreigner that is arrested in South Africa, even no matter how big it's a case, his name will not be published like you guys are publishing South Africans. In other way, you guys are hiding crimes, bad things that are doing by foreigners in our country by doing that.
We are hiding crimes. Well, I'll tell you what. You know what? You must deal with the facts. When you say you guys are not naming foreigners, are you trying to tell me that no foreigner who's had to appear in court and that person's name has not been published? Really? I mean, give us the facts so we can talk about it. Otherwise, it's a lot of speculation, really, I think. Right, here's another.
Ashraf, hello, this is Tepiso. Oh my goodness, Ashraf. The pit bull is in the corner. He contradicts himself. He's not making sense. Consistently repeating himself. It's a joke, Ashraf. It's really a joke, and he has cancelled it. So, my goodness, he's actually against 4 pit bulls, and he probably thought he's just gonna have a walk in the park, like he did at the ad hoc committee. Yeah, as much as it's sad, the status of the police service in South Africa, but this is just a joke. Happy Thursday.
Thank you. Well, it's given you a chuckle, so that joke has really, it's warmed your heart in a strange way.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mbongo Sondisa Mbuisa. Was the matter between the wife of the late president of Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe, and the Justice Department resolved? Because remember, she assaulted the girlfriend of his son, and then I think the warrant was issued, and then there was an immunity issue, and then she went to Zimbabwe, couldn't come back to South Africa, because I can't remember her attending like court proceedings in South Africa. Now I'm just thinking, since like his son is in this mess like now. Thanks.
Right, we need to get up to date with that story in terms of your question, as opposed to speculating on that, right? Let's pick out others. Here's another on the issue of foreigners.
Good afternoon, SAFM. Ashraf, no, I disagree with you, my man. It's not just one person. These people have been shooting and killing our people. If they mark you, they make sure that you are lucky if they leave you alive. The likes of, you name them all, most of the celebrities, you're lucky to, there's a lot of them. Come on, don't just say it's one. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Ashraf. You can do better than that, my man.
I'm saying that. I'm saying that because in the light of what was said today regarding a certain person who's apparently killed another person, security guard, and that's the one. But of course, foreigners have killed people. We know that. There are just so many examples of that, right? But I'm also saying, while we talk about the foreigners killing South Africans, there are also South Africans killing South Africans. There are.
Ashraf, your team, and the SAFM listeners. Hey, Ashraf, son of the former president of Zimbabwe. Oh, Ashraf, what's happening about this president's family? Remind me, Ashraf, whose wife assaulted another girl years ago? Isn't it a former Robert Mugabe's wife who assaulted a girl? I don't remember. It was way here around in South Africa. What's wrong about these guys, man? I wonder what the South Africans going to do about these issues as far as that wife survive. Mr. Nomlala, Kabane, thank you.
Well, we need to get an update on that. You're also another person wanting clarity on what happened then. We'll also get to calls. I'll get to you in Mbuyisa after this.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
This is Dula Sizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief.
What's the process of trying to get the situation resolved? Where are you with that process at the moment? Are you engaging with the university, or what's the plan?
No, at this point we're not engaging, but I'm not going to stop. That's what I'm going to say.
All right.
I'm not going to stop. This is an ugly snake. We shouldn't be scared to speak about it. We owe it to our children that we are not our great-grandmothers. And I didn't even know about this color thing until people came forward. This child comes from a poor background. They were busy evicting this child. She's a colored child.
That's Vanessa Leroux, founder of Parents for Equal Education South Africa.
Big stories of the day. Hashtag the Morning Brief.
Okay, it's time to say yes to the Montreux Jazz Festival Franschhoek happening in Franschhoek from the 27th to the 29th of March. So just over a month, right? It's 3 days, 2 stages, the Archers and the Jazz Village, and a jazz-inspired multi-genre experience, plus a chilled Sunday slowdown to close. Now, the names are impressive. Salif Keita, Herbie Tsawali, Andile Yenana, Ayanda Sekade, Sisonke Konti, Madala Kunene, Sibusile Kaba. And that's not all, there's more. Mandisi Diantis, Bali Munana. You need to make a note of all these names because they're all going to be there. Kasivan Naidu, Mos Mokhale, Vusi Matlasela, and then more than 20 additional artists who will still be named, okay? This is where Montreux meets Africa. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster, or you can go to the website mjfsa.com in partnership with the SABC.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, let's get to some of the callers. Right, in Mbuyisa in Pretoria. Hi.
Thank you for taking my call, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good indeed. Right, thanks. Go for it.
Yes, you know what? I don't know why. I'm saying this very careful. I don't know why the Zimbabweans are so brazen in this country. Those people, whenever, even the spiking, they can spike your car, they're still going to shoot and kill you. I mean, this is not a blanket approach, comment. I mean, there are those who are making a good living in South Africa, an honest living, but most of them, because they are not documented, these people are just committing crimes, as it pleases them, because these people are not in the system. And this is one thing that I fail to understand when the EFF is advocating for them actually to come. These people are not documented. It is highly unlikely that you can get even their fingerprints actually. So now it is a son of the first lady, of the former president. I don't know why he was so brave actually to shoot in the foreign country. He must be convicted, sentenced, and after serving the sentence, he must just sent back to Mnangagwa. No, it's wrong.
Okay, point made, so look, I think there's no question that if you are undocumented in another country, in this case South Africa, and you commit a crime, it's a lot more difficult for them to apprehend you and to track you down. So I think that link between that undocumented and crime, we can't dismiss it. It is an issue, absolutely. And by the way, just to confirm that Grace Mugabe, she herself, should she decide to support her son, the state will be mindful that Mugabe herself, and I'm looking at a tweet from Barry Bateman, okay? The state saying a reminder that there is an outstanding arrest warrant for his mother, Grace Mugabe, should she decide to support her son in court. The state would also be mindful that Mr. Mugabe seemingly poses a significant flight risk when considering bail. Right, more from you. Let's pick them up. Right, here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. What I have observed in this commission is that witnesses do not want to take accountability. For example, today, General Sbia wants to disown the contents of the letter written and signed by him regarding the disbandment of the PKTT. He puts the blame on the Office of the National Commissioner, and yet he is the one who issued out the letter and signed it. This is very strange. Anonymous in East London.
Okay, point made. Let's get another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I just want to give a comment or share my thoughts with regards to, in particular, Firoz Kachale, the Minister of Police. Right? I am of the opinion that he has a very heavy burden to carry because that whole monopoly of SABS is conflicted. These guys are fighting with one another. They basically need some grievance department to solve their issues within the HR department because they're conflicted. It's an internal issue that they are having with one another. They should resolve it with the HR of SABS, I would say, right? But at the end of the day, you are seeing a tough guy. To those who know UCB, you know he's a tough guy, a bulldog, but he's humble, acting out of character. But it's just my opinion. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Thanks for that, Brian. Of course, it's got a tough thing to carry on his shoulders. I think we all know that absolutely. Not even just an opinion, it's a fact.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Let us not waste Commission's time because now it's clearly indicated that General Sivia is corrupt and he deserves to be sent to prison for quite a long time. Therefore, I urge the Commission to make a recommendation, strong recommendation that this man can be sent to prison to serve as a deterrent to other criminals who are wearing uniform in a police service. Aubrey here.
Thanks for that, Aubrey. And there's more on the president's son.
Hey, good afternoon, Satran. How are you this afternoon? Hey, Ash, what happened with the son of Robert Mugabe by shooting someone? Like, we had the problem. I don't know if I might ask, what happened with the lady of is it Samara Marshall, the one who hit a student in Pretoria, who was involved with his son with the electric cable? What happened? I think even this one, it will just, it's just for a moment, then it will vanish. I don't know.
No, I think you got the names all mixed up. Mugabe, not Michelle, right?
Ashraf, Prince in Durban. You see this SRD grant relief, a best example of the illusion of a social justice in this country, or the illusion of an economic social justice or economic social welfare in this country. So I'm hoping on that annual lecture, it will be talked about and hopefully a solution will be articulated.
Well, but I think that is an important. Can we get solutions, isn't it? Maybe time for a couple more that I can play. And the themes are very similar.
Ashraf, good afternoon. This is Concrete Epizaner Doubt Emampondwe. Ashraf, the only thing that I can say about Sibia, shame on him. That's all I can say to him. And then, the question that I've got, how come a non-South African own a firearm? I heard that the son of Mr. Robert Mugabe shot somebody in Joburg. He shot him with what? Obviously with a gun. How did he get the gun? I fully agree when Balula says Banana Republic. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Well, that's making an assumption he's got the gun legally, and I don't think anybody's saying that at all, not for now. Right. I think that's about it for the show. So thanks for listening in. Couldn't take some more calls or WhatsApps. I'm sorry about that. There's just only so much time, but really appreciate you listening in. Now, let me remind you, tomorrow's show is coming to you from Cape Town, from the Baxter Theatre, as you've heard with the chat with Prof. Tuli Maronsela. That's looking ahead to the 7th annual Social Justice Lecture. So we'll preview it, we'll take in the lecture, It's gonna be a big day, a fascinating one indeed. And I think the issues on social justice and the keynote speaker talking about the illusions of just that, right, is something we must cotton on to and pick up as another discussion post the actual lecture. So thanks for listening. Time for me now to break my fast. Well, 10 to 7. I managed to survive 3 hours without drinking any water. That's been cool so far. Right, here's the news with Greg. It's 6 o'clock.